A warm welcome 2021. This year we are both virtually and on site from November 22 to 26 and are inviting you and your student community wherever you are in the world to discover what Nürtingen-Geislingen University has to offer. No matter where you are considering to study at a university or want to gain an outstanding study abroad experience at our university, or you intend to share experience with us within the framework of Erasmus KSK Visiting Professorship Program. Our International Week is not. My name is Martina. I'm here at Nürtingen-Geislingen University as a study abroad. Our first program is the which is held by Dr. Iris Ramme, International Affairs. Professor Dr. Iris Ramme is also a professor of research, so you have the possibility to meet her later during the day in one which will be to me. Now, Professor Dr. Iris, in her function of internationalizing begin the opening ceremony and give you an update on the latest developments of Nürtingen-Geislingen University.
Yeah, hello everybody. I want to address everybody in the world, wherever you are, with a very, very warm welcome from Nürtingen-Geislingen University. It's relatively cold and it is drizzling and a typical November day. So I'm so happy and so happy to say hello, even if it is virtually. Here I am in the Future Box. The Future Box is a new building, and this is something very because we want to support future entrepreneurs in our initiative, which is called Zukunft gründen. If you translate that literally into English, it means the future of founding companies. Zukunft gründen of NGU, and it is funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic and Energy. The idea is to support our founders, and not only economically, but also in terms of sustainable development, so ecologically. Those who are here will have the opportunity to visit the Future Box on Thursday. My last word time in real. Yes, managed. We have partners from Switzerland, the United States, from Turkey, from Nigeria, and Estonia, and representatives from Canada, and from tomorrow on also from Mexico. So the pandemic situation in Germany kind of so that a lot of people we are truly convinced that partnerships are the hearts of our. We all together form a community to us very important. That is also the reason for the success of our visiting professorship. Our intense connection to the nearly 40 professors we have had here, we could achieve strong with our partners. We started this KSK Visiting Professorship in 2013, and we were so not anymore about the future, whether the sponsor, KSK, a local savings bank, will means to support us for another decade. So we do not know. So the apply for everybody who is somewhere. Now, what we have new partners from Thailand and from and virtually. Now, for this is today and have presentations on. We have a lot of our incoming students. information about our international markets that are taught in English. We have a session on superhuman. Superhuman means sustainability studies and human. This is a project funded by the DAAD, or academic exchange service that we have here in Germany. And we have partners from Mexico, from Korea, from Italy, and us, and we are writing projects, and we will input in the afternoon. There are, and Martina already mentioned that, a professor of marketing research, so in our research on Fridays for Future, but also of research that we have. So virtual end of the meetup. Yeah, what on Tuesday we will have presentations in lectures, so all our opportunity to come to our lecture. One of my lectures, you're there, and there is a schedule who can present when. On Wednesday, we will start a combination of breakfast and lunch, and have a presentation on KSK professorship. We will have one KSK professor who is here from Turkey. She will receive her certificate that one of our professors, and we will have an international fair in campus. And student report experience abroad peer-to-peer, because they talk supposed to do, I think, and they to them, and we experienced that last year for the first time. Students for students. Again, presentations in lectures, and in and for to box and have a look on here what we are doing. On schedule is that we go to the Christmas market in Esslingen. For news, they know, but in Baden-Württemberg as severe as in Sachsen and in Munich, so they are still there. Traditional. Forgetting the many dinners, I think I will gain pounds in this week, because we will have dinners every evening, and I'm really looking forward to that, to see all our partners. Yeah, and after that, it is not over. After 1 week, we will have our superhuman meetings that go on from Saturday to Tuesday with our Italian partners who will join the Americans and the Mexicans who will have arrived already earlier. So I wish everybody a nice week and lots of experiences and lots of information, and I'm looking forward to see you virtually in the evening, or to see you in my lectures, or to see you in real at some of our dinners. And I hope, of course, that you will send your students to our university and that you will welcome our students when they go abroad. Thank you very much for your attention.
this isn't right. It's a feeling I can't fight. Oh, I know, no, no, oh, I should run away, but I stay, stay, stay. I should run away, but I stay, stay, stay. You know that we're suffering, but you don't see nothing but you. Whoa, I should run away, but I stay, 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 stay. I should run away, but I stay, stay, stay. I should run away, but I stay, stay, stay. You know that we're suffering, but you don't see nothing but you. Whoa, I should run away, but I stay, stay, stay. You just ahead of me.
Okay.
48 sorries to my face. 3 cups of coffee I used to make for you. To make for you. 7 calls a week, you running late. Lost count of the dates I had to wait for you. To wait for you. My heart tried 1,000 times. Got 80,000 thoughts running through my mind. Round and round, but I can't draw the line. You're just a habit. And I know I gotta break. I know you know good for me, but I can't stay away 'cause I'm an addict. And I'm needing you every single day. I know you know good for me, but you're not easy to break. Not just a habit. I want you more than 24 hours a day. Babe, I put the work in all 365. 365. I'm trying to kick it, but I'm not okay. Don't know if I'm gonna make it out here alive. Out here alive. My heart tried 1,000 times. Got 80,000 thoughts running through my mind. Round and round, but I can't draw the line. You're just a habit. And I know I gotta break. I know you know good for me, but I can't stay away 'cause I'm an addict. And I'm needing you every single day. I know you know good for me, but you're not easy to break. Not just a I'm caught in the middle 'cause I can't stop, but I know I need one more shot. I don't care if it's wrong or not. You're just a habit. And I know I gotta break. I know you know good for me, but you're not easy to break. But I can't stay away 'cause I'm an addict. And I'm needing you every single day. I know you know good for me, but you're not easy to break.
Hold on. She's waiting for a nightmare. Hold on. Something to scare. Hey, watch out. She writes poems when she's bored like a champ. Sitting on a throne in her face. A sight like the Queen of Grace. Yeah, she seems like she has never been afraid in her eyes. A mirror full of shades 'cause she's so sick of being told hold on. She's waiting for a nightmare, nightmare. Hold on, something to scare. Hold on, just a little nightmare, nightmare. Hold on, something to care. No surprise, she hates when she cries, when she speaks. Story full of lies, never spoiled the moment with its truth. Anytime she go rise and shine, she is fine. With working all the time, she can stand a face that's full of life. I said, hold on. She's waiting for a nightmare, nightmare. Hold on, something to scare. I said, hold on. She's waiting for a nightmare, nightmare. Hold on, something to care. She is yearning for nightmare, where her heart is drumming again. 'Cause when she's lying in her bed, she wishes to find her mind again. I said, hold on, just a little nightmare, nightmare. Hold on, something to care. I said, hold on, just a little nightmare. Hold on, something to care. I said, hold on, just a little nightmare. Hold on, something to scare. I said, hold on, just a little nightmare. I said, hold on, something to scare, something to care. Now I hear so loud, we always up and down, but now I hear so loud. First time I met you, I didn't really like you. First time I talked to you, look right through me. We were both lovers, but now we're one another. They say you should never judge a book by its cover. Never thought you'd ever mean anything to me. I took the long way round to find that I had eyes for you. I took the long way round to love all the parts of you. Now I hear so loud, we always up and down, but now I hear so loud. Now I hear so loud, tell me how you got me so locked down. Now I hear so loud, and I can't forget you. Never got so deep with anybody before. Never had love that I didn't have to reach for. Caught fire so fast, but it burns so slow. The nights don't last and the fights hit home, but I won't let you go. Oh, I took the long way round to find that I had eyes for you. I took the long way round to love all the parts of you. Now I hear so loud, we always up and down, but now I hear so loud. Now I hear so loud, tell me how you got me so locked down. Now I hear so loud, and I can't forget you now. It's so loud and clear. It's so loud and clear. It's so loud and clear. It's so loud. We always up and down, but now I hear so loud, 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 loud. But now I hear so loud, we always up and down, but now I hear so loud, loud, loud.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. In this segment, we will begin our overview of our English taught full-time master's degrees. The first one we have is Masters of Science of International Finance with Katharina Gunther. Second one is the MBA of International Management with Erskine Blunk. Third one is Masters of Science of Sustainable Mobilities with Julian Bonson. And lastly, Masters of International and Master of Landscape Architecture. Our first master's program is the Masters of International Finance. This program was established in 2004, so it is one of our newer programs. It can be offered as a dual degree, and it also has a study abroad option for the students that wish to get more of an international perspective. We have here today Katharina Gunther, the program manager of the Master of Science in International Finance at NGU, to tell you a little bit more about it.
Hi everyone, thank you for this kind introduction and a warm welcome to all of you from me as well. My name is Katharina and I'm the program coordinator of the International Finance Master, and I'm going to give you a short overview and introduction to this specific program. So as already mentioned in the introduction, we are a completely English taught program, so 100%, and around 50% of our students are coming from all around the world, so it's quite international. Our study group is also quite small, so we start only once a year, and we have 20 to 30 students who start each winter semester. So it's a really tight-knit learning environment for everyone. Now, if we take a closer look on what this program makes unique and specific, is that first of all, it's structured in a more solution and application-oriented way. And in general, it's a more practical approach because we are University of Applied Sciences. So what does this actually mean? For instance, during most of the lectures, students will be confronted with topics from the real financial world, with problems, and then they try to solve it by working on case studies, by working in projects. They try to solve it with their own financial models, and they are of course helped and guided by the professors and lecturers in each lecture. And then this experience is strengthened by learning the theory behind it. So we value both practice and theory in each individual lecture. The second specification is that although we have a broad topics, you have various modules, they are usually lectured in an interconnected way. So that means that what you learn in, for instance, risk management can be applied to bond analysis and so on. So it's really important that students acquire some sort of toolkit and that they can apply lecture experiences they learn in each lecture to everything. So the key, I would say, is that students will not become specifically specialist in risk management or derivatives specialists, but they will be able to start and work in various financial sectors, and then we'll be able to work in an environment that is constantly changing and an environment that is interconnected. Now here is a small overview over the first and second semester. Basically, the structure here with us is that you have modules, and each module is again divided into 2 or 3 lectures. So you have financial management, financial analysis, which consists of bond analysis, equity analysis, and portfolio management. In your second semester, you have, for instance, applied international corporate finance, research and empirical finance, and so on. And most of these lectures, so around 70%, they are taught by professors who are working here full-time, and the rest is usually taught by external lecturers who work outside. They work in companies, they work in banks, and they can give students a really good insight into their field of work. And this is really, really important in a University of Applied Sciences. After 1 year, students earn 60 credits, and then you basically have 2 options on how you want to continue. The first option is you stay with us, you stay within the International Finance Program, and you attend the last module, which is Innovation in the Financial Industry. And as the name already implies, it focuses on transformations in the financial industry overall. And then you also write your master thesis. The second option is that you study abroad, and you can do that in different options. You can study abroad as a free mover, where you look for a university independently. You can just go abroad for 1 semester with the help of our international office. We also now have really fresh a double degree with the University of Pisa, and there is also the opportunity to have a double degree with the International Management Program here at the NGU University as well. So we try to give students as much flexibility as possible after they have received their basis in their first and second semester. And lastly, just some points on application and admission, which is really important because we only start once a year, so you have to keep the deadline in mind, which is just once a year in June. Currently, you can apply only through a portal, Uni Assist, and we don't need anything specific, like of course you need a previous degree in the area of business, accounting, economics, management, and so on. You also need proof of your English proficiency because everything will be in English, all the exams, all the lectures, and so on. And we would also like you to write a declaration, study motivation, to know what reasons you have to start with us. We also have fees. We are a public university, but Baden-Württemberg has a fee structures for a couple of years now. So international students, non-EU students have to pay around 1,500 euros per semester. And additionally, everyone, so European and European students, have to pay around 200 euros of administration fees. Yes, and that's already from me. Thank you for your attention, for your interest. If you have specific questions, you can always drop an email to me or the dean, and our homepage is also a good source for initial information on our program. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Katharina. Next on our list of master's programs, we have the MBA of International Management. It is a high-quality MBA program that has been offered for more than 20 years with a focus on international management, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. The program contains more than 90% international students from around the world. It is a very diverse and multicultural study environment. It is also very well connected with the global players in automobile automation, consulting, and manufacturing industries in the metropolitan region of Stuttgart. Professor Erskine Blunk, the program director, will now introduce you to the MBA program.
Good morning, everybody, or depending where you are, maybe it's even evening for you. My name is Erskine Blunk. I'm the program director. I will be accompanied a little bit later by my colleague Sibylle Reimer, who is the program director, like you have met Katharina a few minutes ago. So I would like to briefly introduce you to the MBA International Management program, which is one of our classics here at the university. We have been here for more than 20 years, offering general management education with an international focus. So the mission is really to equip non-economists, young professionals with the essential business competence and managerial skills for their career development. Really, what could be a position for them could be a managerial or specialist position in an international context which is requiring business management skills. We are offering a comprehensive curriculum which is offering broad exposure and trainings in key business administration and management topics. Things like supply chain management, marketing, finance, accounting, controlling, to just name a few. Along with that, you will also be getting a good context about business law and other subjects which is supporting that. I will come to that in a minute. So to give you a program overview, the key facts is it's a 3-semester program consisting of 90 ECTS in total. We are starting every semester in March and October per year, and it's a 100% English taught program, even though we are requiring a little bit of German language skills, which is at the level of A1, in order to facilitate for you to get into the business environment here in the country and to get around in the general life here in Germany. We have small study groups, typically less than 25 students, consisting of MBA students and a few exchange students from other parts of the world. It's a very multicultural study group. We can have between 80 and 90% international students from all over the world, from all continents. The program is consisting of sound theoretical basis with a combination of practical focus. So besides the professors who have a classical background of having an academic degree, PhD typically, and then having worked for several years in business practice, we are also having lecturers who are coming from industry, who are teaching their specialty like supply chain management or intercultural competence, what they are doing on a daily basis in their companies. So to give you an overview about the modules and the course, you can see that we have basically three major streams. One is around management, one is around value chain management, and financial management. And this is all supported by contextual skills like language skills, also like quantitative methods along with that, and managerial economics as well as business law. So across the 3 semesters, in the first semester is to get an overview about the program, to learn if you have not an economic or business administration background, to have an understanding about general management, about project management, about supply chain and marketing management, and as well all the financial resources like investment in finance and accounting. All of that is supported by the background of quantitative methods and to train your language skills. If German is not your mother tongue, you will continue studying German along with that. The second semester, we are really adding the international dimension, so you will have learnings like international business and management courses with case studies, international value chain management, where you're learning about getting into other countries to distribute your products abroad, as long as also courses in international financial resources. All of that is accompanied also in the second semester by managerial economics. And an important point is also that you can focus your profile, strengthen your profile by choosing an elective. And one of the electives is clearly also in the area of entrepreneurship. You heard in the morning that we are here at our startup center. So if you are interested in starting your own business, what our students tell us a lot, you would have the chance to go through a startup lessons as an example. But there's a variety of other electives you can choose from to really strengthen your profile. The third semester is really dominated by the master thesis. Here in Germany, a rigorous academic education is going along with the need for doing a master thesis, which is in a way also preparing you if you would choose to go into an academic career and pursue a PhD. That would be absolutely necessary. So along with that, in parallel, you still have a few classes like strategy, like foreign trade, and international business law. So contact us. Besides myself, I'm happy to welcome also Sibylle Reimer, our program coordinator, and she will say a few words about admission and application for the program.
So we heard already that we start twice a year. So there's an application period for the summer term and an application period for the winter term. So the key deadlines for application are 15th of June and 15th of November. For application, the requirements are a motivation letter that is a hard fact, also your resume, curriculum vitae, and English skills at B2 level, German skills at A1 level, and also about 2 years of work experience is also a requirement for the MBA program.
Yeah, so these are the key facts. You will be applying through UniAssist. It's the same procedure like you've learned about international finance, but here to really prove your work experience is strongly increasing your chance to be admitted to the program. as we have a very competitive environment with a lot of applicants from all over the world. But we are very happy to have also students from our partner universities, which we had in the past. Some of the students studied just 1 semester along in the MBA, but if you are interested in pursuing the full MBA, we would be more than happy to do so. We have also created a double degree program with one university at Linfield University. But independent from that, anyone could apply for it if you're interested in an MBA, which is having a classical focus on general management with a specialization in international management, and also having along with that the topic of sustainability and entrepreneurship if you choose to do so. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Blunk. Next on our list of master's programs, we have the Masters of Science of Sustainable Mobilities. Mobility is changing in a rapid pace. Digitalization, urbanization, individualization, and automation are transforming the way we travel and live. The future of mobility is networked, digital, and shared. The master's program in sustainable mobilities reacts on these social and economic changes. It educates the experts in networking thinking, in business administration, planning, and not-for-profit organizations. Julian Bonson, a mobilities researcher and NGU alumnus, will now introduce you to the interdisciplinary master's program.
Good morning, everybody, from my side. Thank you for the nice introduction. As already said, I will introduce the Sustainable Mobilities program in Geislingen an der Steige, which is our second location of this university. I'll make it quite quick. I'll just sprint over 4 topics, starting with a short introduction about our study program, giving you some idea of where to go afterwards, and then I'll go into the curriculum and then present you the team of lecturers. So who are we? What do we offer? We are a interdisciplinary and international master in sustainable mobilities. Sustainable mobilities is not necessarily what you might think it is. It is not about transportation, but it is about who moves, mainly. So we are trying to get you some key knowledge on the way in terms of this all-around mobility transition that is going on. And for this, we have some very, very renowned lecturers from all over the place in terms of sociology, business, and also some technical practitioners as well. In our course, we also focus on small groups, a lot of group work, and always having the direct connection between practice and theory. Oh, and some specialty maybe in comparison with the presented before. We start twice a year, every summer and every winter, so we don't have the problems with applications that other study courses have. So what do we teach? We focus very much on problem-based work and solution-oriented skills. That means that we work in small groups. That also means that we don't have that much, lecturers presenting things, but a lot of discussions. You will engage directly with our lecturers from practice and research. And on that way, we try to bring across the key competencies in mobility theory, but also in research methods, because we are very research focused. So we're not a business course, we are a social science research course, which does not mean that you cannot go into business afterwards. However, our emphasis is in the research part. That's a lot of reading, but it's also a lot of fun. And we see it as, and that's also the feedback from the practical side, that wherever you will work with transport, you will also need to know the people. And this is what we bring across with our problem-based approach, that is really about getting together, looking at a problem, and then looking at the people who face the problem, and then thinking about a solution. to that problem. Like I just said, being focused on research, we also try to connect you with a lot of researchers from all over the world. We are very happy to have the Cosmobilities Network in Geislingen at the university, which is a network of researchers in the mobility area. But, and now here comes the twist, we can also connect you with people in business actually, because we are also pretty close, being from Baden-Württemberg, to the automotive industry. And automotive industry in the transition is also always interested in people with our skills, people with social science skills. And we are very happy to help you with either connecting into research or connecting to practitioners out of business. As always, I don't know how interesting that is for people coming in, but we also offer a semester abroad. We do that on an individual case decision because we are a very, very small program of mostly 15 people. Preferably in the third semester, but you can always contact us and talk with us if you find a nice university, a fitting program. We are always open to that. We are also open for visitors coming in. We happily welcome everybody who takes the journey to Geislingen, either for a semester or maybe, if you're interested, for the whole course. Our curriculum is threefold. We teach a lot of concepts. That is a lot of reading, that is a lot of theoretical work, but then we move also into the methods, because it doesn't help only knowing the links between society, economy, and mobilities. You should also know the methods of how to engage with research. And then, of course, the practice is another important part that we focus on, so you will also be able to lead and conduct research on your own or in groups or within a business environment. And then afterwards, of course, you will present that to us, you will present the learned to us in the master thesis, which is connected to a colloquium, because we think it's important that once you are doing research, you need to connect with other researchers. The other researchers in that respect would be your alumni. Your fellow students, sorry. You will be an alumni afterwards. And that is our curriculum. You see how we move from really, really theory-heavy subjects down to more practical subjects. I just want to stress the applied philosophy of science lecture, which is kind of showing how research-oriented we are. It is a social science research-oriented program. And then also in the third semester, you can see that we have a problem-based research project that is composed of 2 lectures, actually. So it's a very, very heavy part of our, big part of our course, of our outline. And it's also very, very applied in that sense that you will be working with somebody from praxis, from practical research, not research, from mostly from companies or from a public administration. And then afterwards, you will go into your master thesis, which is most of the 4th semester. You also have 2 elective modules, because we, of course, understand that social science is not for everybody, and you also need some kind of individual profile. So you can choose whether you want to have another course in data visualization and data science, big data analysis, or you can go into business. You can choose from basically any other master program lecture. Or you can do something completely different, like UX, user experience design, for example, just to give you this special and individual outline for your CV. Our team of lecturers, the program is led by Professor Sven Kessering, who is famous for the Mobile Risk Society. If you want to have an interesting read in advance, if you're interested, read the Mobile Risk Society. He's also the head of the Cosmobilities Network. You also see my face in here. I am a researcher in a MobiQ project, which is a ministry-funded project in Geislingen. Our study course coordinator is Gisela Zimmermann. If you have any questions, she's the one to contact. Yeah, and we also have a lot of international researchers from all fields. So, for example, Professor Freudendahl-Pedersen, she is a mobilities researcher focused on urban planning and design. We have some lectures with her. And then we have lecturers from other master programs, like the automotive mobility program. We also have the sustainable management program. So we kind of put our outline together from all different sorts. It's interdisciplinary after all. And then also you will get in touch with real researchers, for example, Mr. Suev or Mr. Rolat. And then also a lot of people from Praxis are actually with us doing all different kinds of lectures. So, thank you for your attention. And if you have any further questions, feel free to contact Gisela Zimmermann or visit us on our Sustainable Mobilities website. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian. Next on our master's program, we have Master of International, Master of Landscape Architecture. This master's program involves 2 higher education institutions, NGU and Weihenstephan-Troisdorf University of Applied Sciences in Bavaria, Germany. Ellen Fetzer, our speaker, is not available today, so we have Yufa Schnell, team leader of the International Office, to take over the presentation today.
Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Jutta Schnell. I'm heading the international office at Nürtingen-Geislingen University, but right now, at this moment, I'm trying to fulfill a different role in presenting the master's program, our 4th master's program that is totally taught in English to you, which is the International Master of Landscape Architecture, or how everybody calls it, the IMLA program. So, could you help me? Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, this program relates directly to quite a few of the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, namely the goals 11, 13, and 15. And there's really a direct relationship to what they teach in their program and what they try their students to perform after graduating, and to what is put theoretically in these SDG goals. The IMLA program is a long-standing cooperation between 2 universities. The university that I represent, which is Nürtingen-Geislingen University, and our sister university, so to say, in this program, which is Weihenstephan-Troisdorf University, located next to Munich. This is really a true speciality of this program, that there, from the very beginning, we did have these 2 universities cooperating entirely on putting this program into practice. The location, as I said, we have Nürtingen-Geislingen University here, close to Stuttgart, in the land of Baden-Württemberg, and our sister university in Bavaria, Weihenstephan-Troisdorf University. So here you have some of the very competent staff of these 2 programs that unfortunately can't hear today, so I'm trying my best to present the program. So you have the program director, Roman Lenz, Ellen Fetzer, our program coordinator here at this university, and their colleagues in Weihenstephan, Ingrid Schenk and Stephanie Gruber. IMLA, this program, means really Landscape Unlimited. This is not just a slogan, but this is really what the program stands for. As you can see here, just a quick overview on many of the projects that this program has been involved in. And landscape architecture, to give you an idea of this, what this really means, there's also a clear definition behind that. And it means that landscape architecture is concerned with the shaping of landscapes at various states. So there's even a European association that is trying to group all the activities that are related to landscape architecture. A-class, you can see it on the bottom of this slide. And I'm very proud to have Ellen Fetzer, the program coordinator here at our university, who is currently heading this European association. So you see there's really a close cooperation between theoretical input given by the universities, close contact to projects, to practical studies, and also this kind of association that tries really to regroup all the international landscape architecture activities. What does the program offer? This is what is of interesting to you as our partners worldwide, but also to interested students, of course. So the program offers planning and design in Europe and beyond. And this beyond really means that we do have running projects far beyond Europe, like one that is currently running in countries like Jordan, Palestine, and in the Lebanon. The program offers also a preparation for management functions, meaning the organizational forecast related to team building, leadership in process, but also project and process management in itself, which is very important also to bring these landscape architecture related projects forward, of course, but it also has a share in public relations, in communication, and in participation. What else does the program offer? It offers working efficiently in, and that is really important to this program, in interdisciplinary and intercultural teams. It is always a mix of management and landscape architecture related topics. And as you can see further down in the presentation, the teams that work on the projects, they are very international. So we have this interdisciplinary and intercultural aspect in all of the projects that run in this program. Besides, there is the program offers also creating ideas and solutions for landscape throughout Europe, but also beyond. As I had mentioned already, there is current project tasks in different contexts, intensive studio work on the one hand, and landscape architecture research, and application and development of digital technologies and tools is being provided by the program and prepares the students really to their opportunities at their workplaces once they graduate from the program. Creating ideas, okay, I did have that already. Now there's, okay. We have a kind of example of one of the master's theses that was recently handed in by one of the students that, as you can see, not only focuses on the theoretical aspects of the topic the student was working on, but he's also giving a really nice additional information in his presentation, so that it becomes very visual, really what the topic of this thesis was about. So we have in these programs, we have, of course, the theoretical basics. It's namely 4 pillars. The first one is planning and project management, I was already mentioning. The second one is information technologies in IT. The third pillar is planning and design methods, and the fourth one is international planning and design. So we have these 4 theoretical pillars, and the whole theoretical input of the whole study program is works by 3 semesters. It's based on 3 semesters in semester 1 and 2. There is many different project and design studios that really work with the theoretical input that I was just mentioning. And in semester 3, it all ends, so to say, with the master thesis and some of the electives that students are free to choose from a huge variety of topics that are offered. So we have the 3 semesters. And there is, there's different stages that students need to go through while being on the program. I'm not going into too many details here as far as really the timing is concerned. What is important to know is that the program starts in the summer term also, and as you can see here, we have different topics that are related to the different semesters. The master thesis towards the end. And what I was mentioning is beforehand is also that the students form a very international groups. So students come from many different countries worldwide, as you can see here. So all the countries that are highlighted in yellow are the countries of origin that current IMLA students come from. And this is something that is really, I would say, outstanding and makes the program truly international. At the moment, as I said, we have a truly international group in our program, meaning that we have 36 students that originate from 15 different nations. There is lots of also online input, of course, that was delivered throughout the last 18 months, of course, as you can imagine. But thanks to new technologies, that was not a disadvantage. And on the contrary, it really brought together students and lecturers from many different countries. Since 2001, which was the official start of the program, so we were celebrating the 20th anniversary this year of the IMLA program. Project have been conducted in 15 different countries, as you can see on this map. And there's many international partners involved, of course, in these international programs. I'm not citing all of them, but you can see there's many different partners all over Europe. The list is still not ending, so there's more partners here, and you can see from the slides, from the photos on the sides, the different areas of applications where these projects have been put into practice. Now there's a huge list of internationally funded projects also that IMLA was working with or is still working with. I'm just quickly showing you. There's one in Italy, the other one was in Croatia, another one here in Croatia. There is very strong relationship with partner universities that we have in these EU countries, but there's also funding available through the Erasmus program that goes into non-EU countries, but that still are eligible to participate in this funding. And IMLA is really one of the leading study programs in our university when it comes to applying for international funding. There's many awards and competition that this program was able to win throughout its 20 years of existence. So this is maybe for those who are really interested in knowing more. You could ask for some details, but here you have, for instance, the Linotre Landscape Forum, a very renowned institution that IMLA was able to get an award from. There's more awards and competitions here. What is of interest for you, maybe as program coordinators and students, is here this very last slide that says that the program starts every summer term. The application deadline is once a year, 15th of November. And the requirements for you in order to be able to be eligible to apply to this master's program is that you need to have a bachelor's degree in landscape architecture or in a related discipline. And there is some more criteria that you need to fulfill, but you can double check this, of course, on the IMLA campus website. The teaching language is English, 100% English, so it's a fully taught English program. This is why you need to certify your English level, which is a B2. That is feasible, I think, on the one hand, and necessary on the other hand, for you to be able to follow really this program in English language. Okay, IMLA is interested, of course, in recruiting you. IMLA wants you, so apply by November 15th or yeah, I hope you have applied, because actually that was last week, the end of the deadline. But if you missed for this year, then concentrate on next year's program. And IMLA still wants you also in 23. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Yuta. That was all for this segment of our master's programs. We will be going on a short break now. Next on our program list, we have Andrea Heisler on course structuring. My name is Jasmine. I'm an exchange student from California, from San Francisco State University, and I will be your moderator for this program. Welcome back, everyone. In this segment of our program, Andrea Heisler will be going more into depth about the international curriculum. First segment of our program is the course structure and English course offerings. Andrea Heisler has been working in the International Department of Nürtingen-Geislingen University for over a decade. She helps international students navigate through their courses and their time abroad. Now, Andrea Heisler will for course structure and English course offerings.
Thank you, Jasmine, for the nice introduction, and a very warm welcome to all those interested in our International Week 2021. I will give you now an introduction to NGU's course structure. Then I will talk about NGU's English course offerings, and I will give some information about extracurricular programs which are offered by the International Office. This presentation is for the staff of our partner universities. So if you have any questions which I cannot cover with my presentation, then please feel free to ask them at the end of the presentation or use the chat. NGU is a public university of applied sciences, and we offer higher education with a focus on sustainable development. University of Applied Sciences have a strong focus on applied research and applied business. So we offer all the theoretical knowledge students need, which they can then immediately put in practice by, for example, an internship, as we have an integral internship program, which is also included in our curriculum. Unlike universities in non-EU countries, we do not offer any general education classes in the first semester of undergraduate studies like natural sciences, mathematics, or humanities. Our students start with their academic coursework in their first semester. Here you can see the course structure of our bachelor program. All classes in our course catalog for exchange students are indicated with levels from 100 to 500. 100 level classes mean that it is a class with no prerequisites, for example, the German language classes. 200 level classes are targeting students in their first year, first and second semester. These are the basic classes or lower division classes for sophomores. Then 300 level classes target students in our second year, third and fourth semester. These are the advanced classes or the upper division classes for juniors. Then our students have to do an internship semester in their fifth semester for 5 to 6 months. The 400 level classes are targeting students in their final year. It's the 6th and 7th semester. These are the elective classes or the upper division classes for seniors. Classes on a 500 level are classes from our master's degree programs. Our academic year is divided into 2 semesters, each lasting 15 weeks. So the fall-winter semester starts officially on September 1st and it ends on February 28. Classes start beginning of October and end in the 4th week of January. Then we have an examination period of 3 weeks, which starts end of January and 2-3 weeks in February. Then our spring-summer semester officially starts on March 1st and it ends on August 31st. Classes start in the 2nd week of March and they end in 1st week of July. Then we have an examination period of 3 weeks in July. We know that our academic calendar does not always match perfectly with the academic calendar in some countries, in exceptional cases, and if lectures start earlier at home, attendance is mandatory to reserve a seat. NGU exams can be taken at home. Important to know is as well that we do not offer any resit exam period. So if a student wants to retake an exam, the student must re-register for the next semester at NGU and take the exam during the next examination period. Our credits are rated to the European Credit Transfer and Accumulation System, so the ECTS. One ECTS means 25 hours per semester of work which has to be invested to pass the class. Some classes have, our classes do not have common numbers of contact hours per week. Many classes meet for 2 hours per week. Some classes require more time for preparation and studying, others less. So I have an example. If you have a class with 2 ECTS and 2 classroom hours per week, that means 50 hours of workload, of which 25 hours are spent in the classroom. So that means another 25 hours are needed for outside of class or for non-scheduled preparation work the student is expected to complete. Important to know for exchange student is that they have to register for at least of 20 ECTS at NGU. We have a detailed grading system from 1, which is a very good, to 4, which is a pass, with the steps of almost 1.3 in between. A 1 is an extremely good grade that only a few manage to get. So grades of 2.3 or 2.7 are very common. So it's up to our partner universities to decide how the grades on our transcript will be converted to their grading system. Important to know is as well that we do not offer any midterm exams, no multiple choice exams, tests, or quizzes. The focus of assessment at NGU is written exams at the end of the lecture period. That means in most classes, the final grade depends on one exam which is worth 100%. So to put it on a nutshell, the final exam is the final grade. We have also a mandatory attendance. 80% attendance is required for exchange students at the classes. Let's talk about our course offerings. You will find all our English taught courses on our English website. Refer to hfwu.com, future students, and then go to course catalog. There you will find a list to our course list. Click on it, and then you get this web page here. Our courses are divided into subjects. The subjects are only a filter so that the students will find the courses very easily. So if a student needs a finance and accounting course, then the student should click on the subject finance and accounting, and then the student will get a list with all accounting and finance courses. If the student needs a marketing class, then the student should click on marketing, on a subject marketing, then the student gets a list with all our marketing classes and so on. We offer a large number of English taught classes in subjects such as finance and accounting, management, innovation and sustainability, marketing, economics, international business and management, German society and culture. There you will find all our German language courses, as well as a history class and a class about social sciences. Then we offer subjects in business English, landscape architecture and real estate management. Here students may have class selection programs due to the fact that not all classes are offered in summer and winter semester. Some of them are only offered in summer semester and some only in winter semester. This is important as well to those students who stay for 1 year. Then our course list and schedule change from semester to semester. The classes offered to exchange students come from different bachelor's and master's degree programs. Therefore, the classes are not exactly tailored to each other in terms of time, and timetable clashes are unavoidable, which makes sometimes the course choice rather difficult. Students are therefore strongly advised to have a few alternative classes in mind. Then we have also limited slots for exchange students in all our 500 level classes. The 500 level classes are offered to exchange students on a bachelor level. They can attend those classes provided slots are available and their academic standing allows to participate. Let's talk about the extracurricular programs offered by the International Office. We offer an exchange students internship program, an integration program, cross-cultural experience certificate, and a history and politics class, which is called Germany at a Glance. Let's start with the internship program. We offer an internship program to all exchange students. My colleague, Diana Lewinsky, helps and supports exchange students in finding an internship at a local company. She helps with applications and the paperwork issues, but the students have to apply themselves at the companies. There are some prerequisites, so the exchange students must have completed one study semester at NGU beforehand, and the internships will last 5 to 6 months. Interns in Germany must work 35 to 40 hours per week, so it's a full-time internship, and the most internships are available from September until February and March until August. My colleague Diana will give you some more detailed information in the afternoon. Then we have the integration programs. International students can also become socially involved at NGU through the integration programs. The idea of these programs is to integrate international students into the community of Nürtingen. So the biggest program is the Social Sciences and Service Learning program. It's a lecture about social sciences topics, plus the students have to do a voluntary work for 40 hours per semester. Then we have the school program. Students can visit a German high school and tell the students there about their school system. We have the host family program. Students can meet local families from Nürtingen and have a coffee with them together or meet for free time activities. Then we have the tandem program. So it's an exchange between languages and cultures, and we have the cultural night. Once a semester, students can present their countries to interested people. So here's a photo from our volunteer work program. This was made during volunteering at the food bank. Then a photo from the school program. It is a high school, a local high school at Nürtingen, and a photo from the host family program. And another one from the tandem program. So these two students met in our students' restaurant. And the last photo is from our theme night program, from our Latin American night. So we offer also a cross-cultural experience certificate. In a world that is growing ever closer together, it is becoming more and more important for young professionals to qualify themselves through intercultural competence. This program has two parts. The part one is the Social Sciences and Service Learning class, which is held once a week. Then students have to attend an introduction seminar for the volunteer work, to give a presentation, and at the end they have to hand in a seminar paper. Then they have to do volunteer work at a non-profit organization. They have to collect 40 hours per semester. Then part two is to attend an intercultural seminar, which is normally held during our orientation days. Then they should attend the school program and the tandem program, and at the end of the semester, they should hand in a report on intercultural experiences at the end of the semester. So then the last program, it's a class, it's an Introduction to German History and Culture, the Germany at a Glance class. They start with the Stone Age to the First World War and the Nazi regime until nowadays, combined with German culture, and this class includes also 3 excursions. The first trip goes to Lake of Constance with a visit to the Zeppelin Museum and the boat trip to the city of Constance. The second photo is a visit to the concentration camp in Dachau and visit to the Fuggerei in Augsburg, which is the oldest social settlement in existence in the world. The class ends with a visit to Tübingen and in summer with a punting tour on the Neckar River. So I'm at the end with my presentation now. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. We will be going on a short break now. Next on our program is From Application to Orientation to Farewell at NGU. Welcome back, everyone. Next on our program is From Application to Orientation to Farewell at NGU with Andrea Heisler. This segment will be taking place twice today. This segment is geared towards the staff at our partner universities.
So thank you, Jasmine, and welcome back to my presentation From Application to Orientation to Farewell. And as Jasmine already told you, this presentation is for our partners, for the staff of our partner universities. I will start with the NGU processes from nomination to application and admission. Then I will give some information about the orientation days. Then I will show you some nice photos from students about student life here in Nürtingen. And then we have to say farewell. So it all starts with a nomination. So the coordinators should nominate their students to me by email. The deadline for nomination is November 15th for spring summer semester and 15th of June for fall winter semester. Once I have received all the nominations from the coordinators, I will get in touch directly with your students by email. And with this email, I will send a link to our online application together with the roadmap. The roadmap includes the different deadlines for application, admission, as well as for housing. Although we have guaranteed rooms at the dorm, students have to apply for housing. Application deadline is December 1st for spring-summer semester and July 1st for winter semester. Once I have received the applications from your students, I will send an admission letter to the students by email. This admission letter includes information as well about which documents are required for the enrollment. Students should send me all the required documents until December 15 for spring-summer semester or July 15 for winter semester. The documents can also be checked out at our website. Refer to our English website at hfwu.com, future students, semester at NGU, and then see enrollment. We need the following documents: a proof for paid social service fee. It's an administrative fee which all exchange students and all NGU students have to pay at NGU. It's amounting to €97.70. Then I need a copy of the European Health Insurance card. This applies to the European students. Non-European students should sign a contract with our local health insurance provider, the AOK. It is also recommended to sign up for liability insurance, as the health insurance does not include a liability insurance. Then I need as well the NGU registration form. This registration form can be found on our English website as well. And then I need a photo. This photo is needed for the NGU student ID card and a copy of the passport. So upon receipt of all the required documents, student will be registered at NGU. Before your students will arrive, they receive a lot of information by email on traveling to Nürtingen and arrival at Nürtingen, moving into the dorms, the contact data of their buddies, and a lot more information, also information about the course registration process. And then they can start their study abroad experience at NGU. We have also orientation days. These days takes place before classes start. These days are designed to help settle in, meet other exchange students and their NGU buddies, and get to know the campuses and, of course, the university. We start the orientation days with a municipal registration and the residence permit application. This applies to the non-EU students and to those who will not come with a visa. Normally it applies to the Korean students, the American students, and also Japanese students. Then the students will open a German bank account. The NGU buddies will help exchange students with all these administrative tasks. A German bank account is needed for the rent and the AOK, as the monthly contributions will be directly withdrawn from the German bank account. The next day, we will do a hiking tour to a nice waterfall. After the weekend, on that Monday, we start with our information sessions about studying at NGU, about the course selection, IT service, and a colleague from the library will also come and give a presentation on how to borrow books and how to do some researches for ebooks and things like that. As a kind of compensation for all the theoretical input on that day, we will have our welcome party in the evening at the Kleine Keller. It's a cellar at the university building. The next day we will have a welcome reception by the Lord Mayor of Nürtingen. Then we have an intercultural seminar, and the O days will be closed by a trip to Neuschwanstein Castle in winter semester, or a trip to Hohenzollern Castle and a visit to the Rittersport Chocolate Factory in spring-summer semester. Since there are a lot of important information during the orientation week, all exchange students should participate in these orientation days. So, I will now show you some photos taken during our orientation days. The first 3 photos are taken during this semester's hiking tour to a nice waterfall. Then the last photo on the top right is a photo taken during our welcome party in the cellar. Then the next 3 photos have been taken during our trip to Neuschwanstein Castle. And the last one on the bottom right, this was taken during our welcome reception by the Lord Mayor of Nürtingen. The following photos are taken during our excursions. So we started an excursions to the Lake of Constance with a boat trip and a visit to the Zeppelin Museum. Then we visited the European Parliament in Strasbourg. We had a visit to the medieval Christmas market in Esslingen and a punting tour on the Neckar River in Tübingen. We also visited a brewery in Ulm. Afterwards, we were invited to try some different beers. Then a photo from the Mercedes Museum and Ludwigsburg with a castle and the Baroque garden. And a photo from our this year's Easter egg painting event in spring-summer semester. And a few weeks ago, some photos from our pumpkin carving event organized by our International Student Club. So then these are photos from our different cultural nights. The first one is from our international dining room. International students prepared culinary delights of their different countries. Then we had a Russian night, the Kalinka choir dressed in traditional clothes. We had an Arabian magic night, and the last photo is from our this semester's European night. So different European students could present their different countries. Beginning of December, we normally have our baking Christmas cookies event, but this time we will visit a bakery to bake pretzels. Then you see a photo from our international fashion show, which we organized together with the Ecumenical Student Society, and a photo of our international soccer team. They played during the Soccer Cup, which was organized by the Faculty of Business and Finance some semesters ago. So you see, we offer a lot of activities for your students. it all ends with a semester closing party once the exams have been taken and with the deregistration of the exchange students from the university, then it is also time for me to say goodbye to the students with a heavy heart. And when I have the chance, I say farewell to them personally and hope every time that they arrive back home safely with great impressions. That's it from my side, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. We will be going on a short break now. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are going to be continuing from application to orientation to farewell at NGU with Andrea Heisler. This segment is geared towards the students at our partner universities.
Thank you, Jasmine, and welcome back to the presentation from application to orientation to farewell. And like Jasmine already told you, that this presentation is for the students from our partner universities. I start with the NGU processes about nomination, application, and admission. Then I will talk about the orientation days. Then I will show some nice photo from students, so to see something about our student life, and then we have to say farewell. So it all starts with your nomination from the coordinators of your universities. The deadline for spring-summer semester is November 15, and for fall-winter semester is June 15. Once I have received your nominations, you should apply online. I will send an email to you directly together with a link for our online application process and together with a roadmap. The roadmap includes the different deadlines for application and admission as well as for housing. Although we have guaranteed rooms at the dorms, you have to apply for housing yourself. The application deadline for spring-summer semester is December 1st, and for fall-winter semester is July 1st. Once I have received your online application, I will send an admission letter to you by email. This admission letter includes some information also about the required documents for the enrollment. Enrollment deadline is December 15 for spring-summer semester and July 15 for fall-winter semester. The required documents for the enrollment are the filled out AOK membership declaration form. This applies to non-EU nationals. EU nationals need to hand in a copy of the European Health Insurance Card. This European Health Insurance Card should be valid for the entire study period. Then I need a proof that semester fees has been paid by, for example, a transfer receipt or a bank statement. The semester fee is an administrative fee that all the NGU students have to pay at NGU. Then I need a photo in JPEG format. This photo is needed for the NGU student ID card. I need a copy of the passport and the NGU registration form, which you can find on our English website if you refer to hfwu.com, future students, and then semester at hfwu, and then see enrollment. Once I have received all your documents for the enrollment, you can start your study abroad experience at NGU. We offer orientation days. These days take place 10 days before lecture start. It's in September or March. And these days are designed to help settle in, meet other exchange students and their NGU buddies, and get to know the campuses and also the university. It all starts with the municipal registration and the residence permit application. Only non-EU students need to apply for a residence permit, and mainly those students who come from South Korea or from Japan or from the States. Then you have to open a German bank account. NGU buddies will help you with these administrative tasks. The German bank account is needed for the rent and the AOK, as the monthly contributions will be directly withdrawn from your German bank account. So the next day we do a hiking tour to a nice waterfall. After the weekend, on that Monday, we start with the information sessions about studying at NGU, the course selection, IT service, and a colleague from the library will also join us For these information sessions, she will give some information about borrowing books and do some research for ebooks and things like that. Then, as a kind of compensation for all the theoretical input on that day, we will have our welcome party in the evening at the Kleine Keller. It's a cellar at the university building. The next day we will have a welcome reception by the Lord Mayor of Nürtingen and an intercultural seminar. And the orientation days will be closed by a trip to Neuschwanstein Castle in fall winter semester, or to Hohenzollern Castle and a visit to Ritter Sport Chocolate Factory in spring summer semester. I will now show you some photos taken during our orientation days. So the first 3 photos are taken during our hiking tour to the waterfall. Then we have a photo from our welcome party in the cellar. The next 3 photos are taken during our trip to Neuschwanstein Castle. And the last one is a photo from our welcome reception by the Lord Mayor of Nürtingen. The following photos are taken during some excursions. We did a trip to Neuschwanstein Castle. We visited the EU Parliament in Strasbourg. The next photo was taken during a visit to Ulm. And the last one is taken during a visit to Tübingen. Then we had also a visit to a brewery. We were invited to taste afterwards some beers. Then a photo from the Mercedes Museum and Ludwigsburg with a fairy tale garden. And a photo from our this year's Easter egg painting event in spring summer semester. And a few weeks ago we had our pumpkin carving event organized by the International Student Club. So you see, the students were very creative. So the next photos are taken during our different cultural nights. We had an Afghanistan-Iran night and a band during this event. Then we had a South African night and a Latin American night. And the last one is from our European night, which took place this semester in October. And European students could present their different European countries during this event. So normally, beginning of December, we meet for our baking Christmas cookies event, but this time we will visit a bakery to bake pretzels. Then you see a photo from our international fashion show, which we organized together with the Ecumenical Student Society, and a photo of our international soccer team. They played during the Soccer Cup organized by the Faculty Business and Finance some semesters ago. And the last one is a private party organized by exchange students in summer semester. It all ends with a semester closing party once the exams have been taken and with your deregistration from the university. Then it's also time to say goodbye to me. To all students with a heavy heart, when I have the chance, I say farewell to you personally, and every time that I hope that you arrive back home safely with hopefully great impressions. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. We are going to be taking a short break now. Next on our program are integration projects special to NGU. Welcome back, everyone. Next on our program is our integration project. It is presented by Andrea Heisler, who is also in charge of the integration project at NGU. The integration project helps incoming students settle into their new environment as well as get in touch with German families, schools, language partners, and etc. This segment is geared towards the staff from our partner universities.
Thank you, Jasmine, and welcome back to my presentation, Integrate Great Projects for Great People. I will now give you an introduction to what is Integrate, and then I will talk about the projects and the different programs. Integrate is a project for international students who want to experience Germany, meet Germans like this stereotype, to get involved, or if the students only would like to have fun. Integrate stands for integrate, so the idea of these projects are to integrate our international students into the community. It's easy to meet NGU students on campus, but it's relatively difficult to get to know locals here in Nürtingen. Therefore, we offer these integration programs. But Integrate stands also for the two cities of Nürtingen and Geislingen. We have two campuses, one in Nürtingen and one in Geislingen. And it also stands for Great Projects for Integrating Great People. Integrate has 5 programs. The biggest program is the study program, social sciences and service learning. Then we have the school program. Students can visit a German school. Then we have the host family program. They can join a family to meet new people. We have the tandem program. They can practice their German in this program. And the last program is a theme night program. Students can present their countries. So let's start with the social sciences and service learning. There are 2 alternative models of this program. A combination of volunteer work with a lecture, social sciences. This is offered for exchange students only, or just do volunteer work without attending any lectures. This is offered to all the students. The lecture social sciences meet for 2 classroom hours per week. The lecture deals with the topics Introduction to Social Sciences, Global Social Inequality, Social Change, Modern Family Development. But this seminar is as well based on texts by modern socialists Anthony Giddens, and students will also learn about classical theorists such as Weber and Marx. Plus, students have to do volunteer work at a non-profit organization. They have to collect 40 hours per semester, and an introduction seminar for the volunteer work is also mandatory. The lecture includes, for the lecture, students get a grade. The grade includes a presentation and an essay at the end of the semester. Active participation and attendance is also mandatory and will also be graded. For the volunteer work, the students will not get any grade, but students must achieve the necessary workload to get the 8 ECTS. For the volunteer work, this includes an introduction seminar. Then students have to collect the 40 hours during the semester. At the end, students will get a certificate and hopefully great impressions. For 8 ECTS, both parts are needed, the lecture and the social work. So here you can see now some impressions of our projects on offer. So students can work with disabled people at a charity, or they can work with elderly people or with homeless people. They can also work at a corner shop or at the food bank, also at a youth club, and we have also a kindergarten on offer. So some statements from students, Korean students told me that before this experience she did not want to do volunteer work. For her it was just a kind of method to collect the credits. But after this program her mind has totally changed and now she decided to work more in Korea. Or a student from Chile told me that it was a great opportunity to learn German. She was really happy in this project. And the Russian student mentioned that volunteering opened new sides in her and added pleasant emotions to her life in Germany. So all in all, volunteering is a really good opportunity to improve one's self-confidence and make a lot of new friends. Then we have the school program. Let's talk about this program. This program can be offered in almost each classes, for example, in foreign languages, geography, ethics, religion, almost in each class. So students can visit a German school, they can join a lesson or interact with students and teachers. There are two options. Students can only join a lesson and just watch, or option 2, they can take an active part of a lesson and communicate with the students and tell the students about their school system. It's easy to organize. A school visit takes only 90 minutes. Let's talk about a host family program. Students can meet German families, all types of families included in Nürtingen or the vicinity of Nürtingen. They can join them for free time activities, for example, for going for walks, drink coffee together, have family dinners together. They can do some excursions or take place at cultural events together. Students will not stay with them, they only meet them for free time activities. Here are some photos from some students and their families. With this program, students can share their cultures and experiences. It is the best way to understand and blend into a culture as the students get a first-hand insight into German family life. So let's talk about the Tandem program. It's a language exchange with Germans. It's also an exchange of cultures. It's a program to get to know nice people. The principle is simple. 2 people who have different mother tongues and who would like to learn each other's language meet for a language exchange, similar to a bicycle tandem. 2 people help each other to move forward and to reach a goal together. Here only in the field of language. But the language exchange doesn't have to be the only reason for a tandem partnership. Students can also learn about other cultures, do things together, or get special country information or travel tips. They can meet for a coffee or they can cook something together. The 2 partners decide this together. Then we have the Theme Night program. Students can present a foreign country. It gives the students the opportunity to introduce their countries to other people. Once a semester, the International Office and the Ecumenical Student Community organizes a theme night together with international students. The students can talk about culture, history, mentality, sightseeing, traditional costumes. They can also cook typical local food. It is a fun night to give international students the opportunity to feel like a little bit like at home. So a Russian student told me, I hope this event will always be in the students' center of attention. Always try to be the coolest representative of your country. So you see, this night can also be a challenge. So all in all, you see in our projects, your students can meet Germans and other international students, experience Germany from a different perspective, get in touch with German families, language partners, schools or social institutions, but most of all, your students should make new friends and enjoy their time with us. So I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. We are going to go on a short break, and after we are going to do the second half of the integration project. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue with the integration project. This segment is geared towards the students at our partner universities.
Thank you, Jasmine, and welcome back to my presentation, Integrate Great Projects for Great People. This presentation is for the students of our partner universities. So I will tell something about Integrate and what does it stand for. Then I will introduce the projects and the different programs. Integrate is a project for international students who want to experience Germany, meet Germans like the stereotype. You can meet those people during the Oktoberfest in Munich. It is also for international students who want to get involved into that community or just to have fun. Integrate stands for integrate, so we would like to integrate you as international students into the community of Nürtingen. It's easy to meet NGU students on campus, but it's difficult to get to know locals here in Nürtingen. Therefore, we offer these integration programs to you. But Integrate stands also for the two cities of Nürtingen and Geislingen. We have two campuses. One campus is in Nürtingen and the other one in Geislingen. And Integrate stands also for great projects for integrating great people. Integrate has 5 programs. The biggest program is the study program. Then we have the school program. You can visit a German school. We have the host family program. You can join a family to meet new people. Then we have the tandem program. You can practice German or exchange your culture. And we have the theme night program. You can present your country. Let's start with the social sciences and service learning program. There are 2 alternative models of this program for you. A combination of volunteer work with a lecture social sciences. This is only offered for exchange students. But you can also do volunteer work without attending any lecture. This is offered to all the students. So the lecture, social sciences, deal with topics like introduction to social sciences, global social inequalities, social change, modern family development. But this seminar is also based on texts by modern socialists like Anthony Giddens. And you will also learn about classical theorists such as Weber and Marx. The volunteer work, then you have to do volunteer work at a non-profit organization. You have to collect the 40 hours plus to attend an introduction seminar for the volunteer work. For the lecture, you will receive a grade. The grade includes a presentation and an essay. Active participation and 100 attendance is mandatory. This will also be graded. For the volunteer work, you will not get any grade, but you must collect the 40 hours, the necessary workload to achieve the 8 ECTS. For the volunteer work, you have to attend an introduction seminar, collect the 40 hours, and at the end, you get a certificate and hopefully great impressions. So for 8 ECTS, both parts are needed, the lecture and the social work. Here are the projects which are on offer. You can work with disabled people at a charity. You can also work with elderly people or at a homeless shelter. You can work at a corner shop or at a food bank, at a youth club, and we have also a kindergarten where you can work at. I have now a video from students which they have made during their volunteer work. So you see, you can have a lot of fun while volunteering. Here are some statements from students. A Korean student told me that before this experience, she did not want to do volunteer work. She only did the volunteer work to collect the credits. But after this program, her mind was totally changed, and now she decided to work more in Korea. Or a student from Chile told me that it was a great opportunity to learn German. She was really happy in this project, and the Russian student mentioned that volunteering opened a new side in her and added pleasant emotions to her life in Germany. So all in all, volunteering is a really good opportunity to improve one's self-confidence and to make a lot of new friends. So then we have the school program. You can visit a German school, you can join a lesson, interact with students and teachers, learn more about the German education system. There are two options. Option 1 is just join a lesson and just watch, or option 2 is to be an active part of the lesson, communicate with students, and tell the students about your school system. So this program can be offered in classes like foreign languages, geography, ethics, religion, almost in all classes. It's easy to organize. A school visit takes only 90 minutes. Then we offer the host family program. You can join a family, meet German families in Nürtingen or in the vicinity of Nürtingen. You can join them for free time activities, for example, for going for walks, drink coffee together, having family dinners together, or going on excursions or on cultural events. You will not live with them. You can join them for free time activities whenever they have time and whenever you have time. So these are some impressions from the host family program. With this program, you can share your different cultures and experiences. It is the best way to understand and blend into a culture as you, as student, get a first-hand insight into German family life. Let's talk about the tandem program. It's a language exchange with Germans. You can also exchange your culture and hopefully to get to know nice people. So the principle is simple. Two people who have different mother tongues and who would like to learn each other's language meet for a language exchange. It's similar to a bicycle tandem. Two people help each other to move forward and to reach a goal together, here only in the field of language. But the language exchange doesn't have to be the only reason for a tandem partnership. You can also learn other cultures, do things together, or get special country information or travel tips. You can meet for coffee, you can cook something together, or the two of you decide this together. So then we have the theme night program, the cultural night. It gives you the opportunity to introduce your country to other people. Once a semester, the International Office organizes a cultural night together with the ecumenical student community and international students. You can talk about cultures, history, mentality, sightseeing, traditional costumes. You can also cook typical local food. It is a fun night to give you the opportunity to feel a little bit like at home. So a Russian student told me, I hope this event will always be in the student center of attention. Always try to be the coolest representative of your country. So you see, it's also a competition. So all in all, in our projects, you can meet Germans and other international students. You can experience Germany from a different perspective. You can get in touch with German families, language partners, schools or social institutions, but most of all, make new friends and enjoy your time. Thank you for your attention. So we will now continue with our expert input for partners and students. We will now listen to some exchange students who would like to share their experience with us. It's Jasmine Jalilian, exchange student from Cal State San Francisco. She's here in fall winter 2021. Then we have Claudio Kamp. He's a double degree student from the Babeș-Bolyai University, and he is also here in fall winter semester 2021. Then Cristobal Martinez Bernal, he was a former exchange student in spring summer 2018. He was from the Universidad Panamericana. And then we have Carolina Vivialova and Emilio Alvarado Fernandez. They were both former exchange students from the Technical University of Ostrava and Universidad Panamerica. They were both here in fall winter 15-16. So let's welcome Jasmine and Claudio. Hello.
Hello.
You welcome. So we meet today to hear about your experiences that you have made so far here at our university.
Yeah.
Would you like to start, Jasmine?
Okay, I'll start. So, hello everyone. As you all know, my name is Jasmine, and I am an exchange student from California, San Francisco State University. I'm going to be talking about my experience in studying abroad, and specifically studying abroad in Germany. I chose to go through the CSUIP program from my university, and I arrived here on August 3rd. From the very beginning, I was amazed at the classic architecture of older German towns. From there, I completed an intensive language learning program in Horb am Neckar with the rest of the students from CSUIP while living with a host family. During those 6 weeks in Horb, I made lifelong friends and got to try classic German foods like Maltasche, German beer, and got to see the traditions of a typical German family. Ever since then, I have been learning German and going on excursions around Germany and exploring every city in Baden-Württemberg. After 6 weeks, I arrived to my home university in Nürtingen-Geislingen, and and went through the process of getting my visa and bank account with my assigned buddy Katha. With the help of Andrea Heisler, I have successfully been able to select my courses and navigate through all the challenges I've faced. One of the courses I'm taking is the Social Sciences and Service Learning, which is part of the integration project. In this course, I complete volunteer work at the gymnasium located here next to the NGU campus. I get to see how students here interact on their day-to-day basis, and overall, in this program, I have met a very diverse group of people at my dorms and made a lot of great friends from all around the world. I will be going back to California not only with the experience of living abroad, but also a new language and many great experiences.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
It was really great. So would you like to continue, Claudio?
So, hello everyone, and welcome to the International Week. So, I can present something. So, being a student at Nürtingen University means a lot. I just put some words to sum up what it really means to be a student here, like internationality, intercultural connections, possibilities, flexibility, innovative studying, friendship in a short time, and even more. First time I chose this university, I thought about, okay, should I go here or maybe in a bigger city but then I realized, okay, I would like to study in Nürtingen because it's near a lot of cities, and also there are a lot of possibilities here. I like the fact that it is very flexible with choosing your courses, and they have a lot of different courses from my country, for example. So yeah, And I also think it's different to study here than in my country, than in Romania, because the professors want to really know what you know and how you can apply what you know. So yeah, it's a good university. Then I think as an advice, this uni is a good choice considering the culture, size, prices, position, studying options, practical degree of study and other characteristics. But I think it's better to apply for this university to see the surprises. In terms of culture, I met a lot of people from all over the world, and it's really interesting to see and interact to this kind of people, to hear different stories, different traditions, how they think, about your country maybe. And yeah, it's really surprising how different the cultures are, and at the same time how many similarities between the languages and also the traditions are at the same time. Then going for an exchange during pandemics is, in my opinion, stunning, because okay, maybe you are thinking, okay, why should I go now? Because there are a lot of restrictions and rules and I cannot have fun and stuff like that. But actually it's really fun even during pandemics. Okay, there are a lot of rules, but at the same time you can have fun in different ways. Like, for example, in this picture you can see the Romanian group. Yeah, we are all in one picture. And we wanted to discover the region. Here we are in Esslingen. It's a city near Nürtingen, very, very beautiful. I will show you other pictures. Here is the Pumpkin Festival in Ludwigsburg. It's also near Nürtingen and Stuttgart. So it's also fun to go to some festivals. Okay, they are a little bit different now because of Corona, but still, it was fun to see the sculptures and the biggest pumpkin in the world. Then you can also explore the region. For example, here are some pictures with the city center in Nürtingen, like the old town. Yeah, it's a really beautiful city, actually. Then you can explore the region. Here is Esslingen. Also, we went a lot of time to Esslingen to drink wine because it's very famous. And at the same time, there's a picture with an ice cream. We eat a lot of ice cream and sweets in Germany. They are really good. We also went to Castle Neuschwanstein, which is the most famous in the world, more or less, and one of the most beautiful in Europe. But the university organized this trip, so this is one of the surprises you will receive here. So, yeah, now it's not a surprise anymore. Yeah, some pictures with Castle Neuschwanstein and also Schwangau. It's near Neuschwanstein. Then we are big Erasmus group this semester, and there are students all over the world. We wanted to travel a little bit, even now if it's a little bit harder. But we went, for example, for day trips in Heidelberg, which is also a university city, really, really beautiful. Then in Munich, I just came from Munich, like this weekend I was with some colleagues and friends. It was really, really beautiful. You must see the city. We hadn't an Oktoberfest, but we had a lot of beer. Yeah, another thing, you can just make friends and have the best time of your bachelor and also of your Erasmus, of course. Here you can see some pictures with people from Spain, Mexico, Argentina, Romania, of course, like me. So yeah, you can meet a lot of people from different corners of the world. You cannot imagine, actually. Also some pictures with Erasmus students, also an Italian girl here in the first picture. yeah, you can see we have a lot of fun doing pictures and drinking a little bit. I mean, you must taste also the boiled wine, which is really famous in Europe during Christmas time. Or you can also studying. I mean, okay, you have a lot of fun. You can meet a lot of people. You can cook together, travel together, or drink together. But also, do not forget about studying because, yeah, it's really hard and you must do it. Because if you will do before an exam with 2 or 3 days, I think it won't work. But do not forget to stay safe in any situation. I mean, we are in pandemics and also we have a lot of cases now all over the world. And yeah, stay safe, wear your mask, and yeah, be careful. So thank you very much, and I hope that I will meet a lot of students in the future, exchange students from different parts of the world.
So, thank you, Claudio. It was a really nice presentation and really, really nice photos. I'm happy to hear that you already made a lot of friends.
Yeah, actually, a lot. I have a lot of time with the Latinos. They are also for parties, but yeah, okay, parties now, not really.
But I have to point out, don't forget to study here.
Yeah, exactly. No. Actually, we are studying even together. Sometimes by Zoom, or sometimes we meet like 3 or 4 people, and we are studying and doing projects together.
So you will team up and
Yeah, so
for studying. then.
yeah,
Okay.
and we also have fun during when we study. We also have fun because sometimes you are really tired and you say funny things.
Yeah.
So it's also funny
I
to
can
study
imagine
together.
that, yeah. But it's good to hear that you have a lot of fun, and it should be that you have also a lot of fun and make a lot of friends here during your study abroad semester. So I have one last question. Do you have any tips for potential exchange students or any recommendation to them?
Yes. One of the first advice or tip would be don't choose the biggest city for your abroad semester because it's not the best option every time. I think even Nürtingen is a small city. There are a lot of possibilities, and also the prices are really good because if you choose a bigger city, the prices will be higher. And at the same time, some small universities, as this one, as Nürtingen, have more possibilities and flexibilities. About courses than bigger universities. You must choose really, you must choose considering a lot of characteristics, not even the size of the city, for example.
Yeah, and Stuttgart is not that far from Nürtingen, so it's only a 30 minutes train ride. So
yeah, also.
you can travel during the weekend to Stuttgart as well.
Yes, and the transportation system in Germany is really good. So if you want to go, for example, to Frankfurt or Munich, you can get there really easy and fast. So don't worry.
Yeah. Good. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you too.
I also wanted to say thank you to Jasmine, but she has already left. It was a lot of fun to have you here. I wish you many more great experiences here and have a great time with us.
Thank you very much. I am really happy to be here.
Thank you, Claudio. So I will now share 2 videos with you. The first one is from Cristobal. He was here in summer 2018, and the second one is from Carolina and Emilio. They both were here in winter semester 15-16.
I have always felt like the hardest part about making a video is to know where to start. And it's actually funny because the same happens when traveling. And that's what I'm gonna talk about today. There's a quote phrase that says, La vida es lo que hacemos con ella. Los viajes son los viajeros. Lo que vivimos no es lo que vemos, sino lo que somos, de Fernando Pessoa. And this phrase means that life is what we do with the time that we are alive. Trips are the ones that travel in our life, not us in them. And what we live is not what we see, but who we are. And that switches the way we see life, the way we experiment traveling. Hi everyone, my name is Cristobal and I'm from Mexico.
We need a conversation. I'm running out of patience. Patience, you say you never make enough fun. I'm sick of always lying.
And I will talk about my experience studying abroad in the KSK Business University. Thank you for the invitation to this virtual International Day. The first thing that I remember is that I was freezing in the train station. But don't worry, because there are many kind people that will warmly receive you. The school and the teachers are super professional. The study environment is amazing, and the cafeteria is like a dream came true. I was so excited to try all the German food that they had in there. They even gave us a chocolate bunny on Easter. If you're shy and intimidated by the big buildings and the street distribution, and you don't know where to start traveling, there's a subject called the Germany in the Heart of Europe, and it helps you to figure out where to start. And the most important thing is that it helps you to connect with other internationals, and that's the best booster, because these guys are so excited to travel the country with you. We started making an expedition to Baturak waterfall, and after that, my Chinese partners decided to go to the Black Forest to try the typical cake, and the place was amazing and the flavor of the cake unique. Look, here they are. Y ya vamos para abajo. Aquí vengo. Ya está la cosa. We went to the museum in Berlin and many other places. We also knew about the history of Germany going to the Auschwitz, and we visited the brewery of Gold Ocean in Ulm. After that, I became a collectionist of beer. You can find any kind and type of beer in Germany, and that's amazing because I love it. Another thing that I love is the bread. The pretzels taste so much better than anywhere in the world, and they even have cheese. And let's not talk about the sausages because it's another level. Nürtingen City is a city of students, and the people that live there encourage you to use their language. I practice a lot in my service in the Jugendwerkstatt, where I met a lot of refugees that were learning also German. And we did a lot of things. One of those was a skateboard. I built it from craft, and at the end I gave it to my buddy Anika because I knew she was a big fan of skateboarding. The students are so committed to their studies in there. They make a lot of smart questions. The homework is not a big deal, but the exams, it's another level. At the end I figured out I wouldn't change anything of it. My bigger three learnings are: the world is shorter than you think. The people around the world is just the same. We sleep, we eat, we make mistakes, and we fall in love too. And the last thing and the most important is that you have to know that the value of your own culture is much more heavier than you think. Really. Since then, I never miss an activity or an event that has to be with my culture or my traditionals. here in Mexico. Of course, with this situation of the COVID, we cannot travel like before. But don't worry, that there will be a time we can do it again. After that, and after saving some money, I'm planning to travel everywhere. Everywhere. Since my world has become shorter and the people has become closer. Now you know, you have to be prepared for what is coming. Life is just one. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi everyone,
my name is Carolina and I come from the Czech Republic.
my name is Emilio, I come from Mexico.
We met in Nürtingen University, where we were studying together as exchange students in academic year 2015 and 2016.
Many students go study abroad, looking for new experiences, learning new languages, getting to know new people, or in our case, getting to know the love of your life.
We learned many things in the university, which we were able to use in our careers. Me as a bank auditor and Emilio as supply chain consultant.
Since getting married in 2017, we've been able to travel around the world thanks to our jobs. And now, with this hectic year, we have to stop traveling because plus our new experiences and our 5 years together since Nürtingen, now we have extended our family. So thanks for listening to us.
Don't hesitate to go to Nürtingen. It's very nice there and you're gonna like the university, the professors, the classes. We really recommend it.
Adios.
Ahoy.
So you see what can happen with the students here. They can find their love of the life. We're now at the end of the expert inputs. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it a little bit. I will give now the floor back to Jasmine to continue in the program. Thank you.
All right, we're going to be going on a short break. Next up on our program, scholarships and internships for incoming students. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Next on our program is scholarships for incoming students. We have Heike May here today to discuss the scholarships opportunities, and she is a study abroad advisor, and she is our Erasmus coordinator at NGU.
Hello and welcome. My presentation is for international students who are planning to do a semester at Nürtingen-Geislingen University and who want to look into the funding opportunities, and also for our partners who might want to find out what's available for their students. And basically there are three options. There's the Erasmus program, which is for our Erasmus partners. We have about 80 Erasmus partners. Then there's the second option. It's the Baden-Württemberg scholarship. This is for our non-Erasmus partners. We have about 55 non-Erasmus partners worldwide. And thirdly, I just want to mention briefly the Superhuman project, but there's going to be a longer presentation on this later on, but I'm going to mention it anyway because it's a great opportunity. So I'll start with my favorite program, which is Erasmus. It's Erasmus, in my opinion, is one of the biggest success stories of the European Union. Since 1987, about 4.5 million students have gone abroad and were funded with the Erasmus project. So if you're from one of our Erasmus partner universities, you can apply for an Erasmus grant at your home university. The grant includes a monthly amount, a set amount, and the amount depends on the cost of living in the country that you're going to. For example, just to give you an example for our German students going abroad, if they go to a country with a very high cost of living, they'd be getting €450 per month. If it's a lower cost of living in the country, it's €390 a month, or $330 a month if it's in a country where the cost of living is even lower. And the grant is set by the national agency. So it depends on the amount that your national agency has set for the country. And even though the amount won't cover all the expenses when you're abroad, it's going to pay a fair way towards it. And cost of living in Nürtingen is relatively low. For example, it's less than €250 a month for a dorm room, and public transport is free at the weekend and in the evening after 6 o'clock in the greater Stuttgart area. So with the grant, with the Erasmus grant, it really helps towards paying your way here in Germany. And there's a similar program for Swiss students. It's the SEMP program. I'm not going into the details now, but it works similarly to Erasmus. It's SEMP, Swiss European Mobility Program. You can find out more about that on the internet, and also from your international office, of course. The next program I want to mention, and this is my other favorite program, it's the Baden-Württemberg Stipendium. Excuse me. And this is for students from our non-partner universities. And it's unique to our federal state of Baden-Württemberg. We're really proud to have it. It's a great program, and it's not just money, it's also great networking opportunities. So for incoming students with good grades from our 55 non-Erasmus partner universities, they can apply for this grant. And we decide every year which partner universities we select the candidates from. And this depends largely on our internationalization strategy. The Baden-Württemberg Foundation has been supporting the international exchange of students since 2001. And the idea is to attract students to our region who will then act as ambassadors for Baden-Württemberg when they go back home, and they'll establish links to our region here, for example, in business and in industry, or they come back to work and live here after they graduate. And I don't know if you've seen this, there's a similar image campaign running at the moment. It started only a few weeks ago by the federal state of Baden-Württemberg. It's a similar idea. They want to attract people to come and work in our federal state. And the Baden-Württemberg Scholarship is a great platform for networking. In addition to the grant, which at Nürtingen-Geislingen University is about €700 a month, the foundation organizes a lot of events throughout the semester. They organize great parties, visits to companies, etc. There's a few pictures here from our last real summer festival, which took place in 2019. And in 2020 and 21, sadly, it was only a virtual summer festival, but it was equally great fun. And this year, the scholarship has its 20th anniversary. And we had planned to go to a big party in Stuttgart this Saturday. The foundation was going to organize a great party there. And I was going to go there with all our students who are here this year, who are scholars from the program. But of course, it was cancelled due to the increasing numbers in COVID-19 cases. But hopefully next year we'll be back in order and everything will run smoothly again. So if you're interested in the Baden-Württemberg scholarship, you should contact your international office at home and ask them to contact me, and then we can see if students from your university are eligible for this scholarship. Now, the third option I would like to mention is the Superhuman Double Degree Program. And this is for Linfield University, Dankook University in South Korea, the University of Pisa in Italy, and Universidad Panamericana in Mexico. This program started in the winter semester 2021. This is the first time it's running. And you apply for it at your home university. And this is for students who would like to do a double degree with Nürtingen-Geislingen University. So if you're from the University of Pisa, Dankook University, or Universidad Panamericana, you do a Bachelor of Science in International Finance with a major in entrepreneurship at NGU. Or if you're from Linfield University in the United States, you can do a Master in Business Administration. And there are 6 scholarships available for each of the 4 partner universities. And the conditions are that the students do 2 semesters of study plus 1 internship semester in Germany, and they get funded for one of those semesters. That's 6 months, and they get €750 per month plus the travel costs. And there's a separate presentation by my colleague Miriam Michelsen this afternoon on this exciting option. So you should listen in on that. And the last thing I want to mention are the databases available on the internet where you can search for scholarships yourself. And the main one, the most important one, is the DAAD scholarship database. It's the German Academic Exchange Program. There you can look up all the options available, and you can find out if there's something there that might suit you. There's also other portals you can look at. There's mystipendium.de, for example, or there's stipendienlotse.de. But the DAAD one, German Academic Exchange one, is really worth looking at. That's all from me. I work at the international office here at the university. We're all happy to help you with any further questions you might have. And we're located in Nürtingen and Geislingen, and we look forward to meeting you. And please join us on Instagram and Facebook. It's intoffice.hfwu. So you can find out there what we're up to. We do a lot of posts, and it's really worth looking at. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll enjoy our International Week, and I hope to see you in Germany soon.
All right, thank you. We're going to be going on a short break, and the next program is internships for incoming students. for incoming students. One of the opportunities you get at NGU is their internship program, where you get to have the chance to become an intern at a Baden-Württemberg company. With the help of Diana Lewinsky, who is our study abroad advisor for internships. We have Diana Lewinsky here today to tell you a bit more about it.
Hello and welcome to our International Week. My name is Diana Lewinsky. I work in the International Office and I'm responsible for the internship program. Exchange students who would like to do an internship can get help and support from me on how to apply for an internship and on how to find an internship. Apart from this, NGU students who would like to do an internship abroad can also get help and support from me and information on planning and scholarships and many other facts they should consider if they would like to do an internship abroad. Apart from this, I'm also responsible for the NGU Study Tours, which we will introduce to you in the next presentation. In the following, I give you just a short overview about the help and support students can get from me, about the potential benefits of an internship, about the facts and figures, about what students should consider, and about how to find an internship. This just to give you an idea of what students can expect when looking for an internship. As part of the internship program, I support our exchange students regarding questions like on how to find an internship and how to apply for an internship, but also with other paperwork issues that may occur while applying. They can always contact me if they have questions on the internship search or on the whole application process. I can't guarantee that students will find an internship, but from experience I can say that an early start with the internship search and a well-written cover letter and a well-structured CV definitely increase the chance to find an internship. German language skills increase the chance as well. To do an internship is really advisable and makes the semester abroad more valuable and exciting. Students can improve their language skills and collect work experience. And especially in the competitive state of today's job market, having global work experience is one of the best things students can do for their prospective career. And this experience might also set them apart from the crowds of applicants when they apply for a job. Students also become more familiar with the German culture and learn about different kinds of office cultures and work styles. They can improve their language skills during their daily life and use the time during their internship to practice their language skills. And during the internship, students can make friendships that may last a lifetime and business contacts that can help progressing their future career. If students consider doing an internship, the following information might be interesting for you. Interns in Germany must work between 35 and 40 hours per week and usually get 2 days of paid vacation per month. The pay varies from unpaid internship to paid internships with monthly remuneration up to 1,000 euros or even more. The duration usually is between 5 and 6 months, and most internships are available from September till February or from March till August. However, the experiences they can gain during an internship and the contacts students can establish are invaluable. What needs to be considered in advance? It's really important that students start to improve their German language skills right from the beginning of their stay. Or even better, start to learn German right before coming to Germany. German language skills aren't mandatory for an internship, but definitely increase the chances to find an internship. Students should start to work on their application right when they come to Germany or as well even before they come to Germany, because writing an application takes time, and improving and optimizing the cover letter and the CV is a lot of work and takes time, and the search of an internship takes time as well. And companies usually are looking for interns up to 6 months before beginning of the internship itself. If students apply too much in the short run, there won't be many internships left, and it will definitely lower their chances to find an internship. And apart from this, they definitely should better concentrate on their exams and not on sending applications or going to job interviews at the end of the semester. The deadlines by which students must have found an internship in order not to be exmatriculated are April 1st and October 1st. As one of the first steps when students look for internships, they should think about what their personal abilities and their objectives are. Then they should think of in which professional field they would like to do their internship in, and which areas of work they do prefer, like, for example, marketing, finance, controlling, human resources, logistics, just to name a few. They should think about where they would like to apply and do some online research about the companies. And they also should not be too picky and send not only one, but several applications. Within their internship search, students get advice from me how they can look for internships. Applying at global companies is one option, for example. If their German language skills are only basic, communication in English might be easier than in smaller, local or medium-sized companies. Just to give you an example, I enlisted here some of the options where students could search for jobs. In our region, we also have a lot of medium-sized companies and smaller companies, which are another option for internships. Having at least some German language skills might be definitely helpful to find an internship in these kind of companies. Jobteaser.com, for example, is the career site of NGU, where students not only can find internship offers, but also can take part in different online events around career-related topics. But students can find a lot more job providers online, and they can search as well for internships directly on the websites of the companies. The application basically should contain the following documents: cover letter and CV. A well-written cover letter and a well-structured CV increase the chance to find an internship. I provide information for the students about structure, content, and layout of an application. And they can as well show me their cover letters and CVs, and I can advise them what they could make better or what could be improved. They also have to add to their applications their latest grade report, certificates, and job references if they have. To hire them as an intern, companies also need the confirmation of mandatory internship, which I will hand out to them if they let me know that they plan an internship. This document proves that the internship is mandatory and that they are enrolled as a student at NGU. I support the students in their internship search, give them relevant information, and answer their questions. I also do some internship research and forward job postings to them, for which they can apply if they want. And finally, I would like to give you some information about our region here. Our region here is characterized by strong industry and a high export ratio. Many global companies are located here, like Daimler, Porsche, or Bosch, but also many small and medium-sized companies. They are often characterized as the strong backbone of our economy in Baden-Württemberg. Baden-Württemberg is also called the land of inventors. Our region here is the #1 region for innovation, and nowhere else in the European Union relative to the population count are more patents registered than in Baden-Württemberg. Products made in Baden-Württemberg are in popular demand around the whole world. The federal state of Baden-Württemberg has an export rate of around 50%. Beyond the classical industry sectors, we have companies focusing on future topics like sustainable mobility, environmental technology and resource efficiency, health and healthcare, as well as embedded systems and IT services. From the student's point of view, areas, sectors, or companies where it's quite interesting to do an internship. And as conclusion of this presentation, I would like to take you on a little journey and show you Baden-Württemberg in 3 minutes.
Baden-Württemberg is a special place. We have everything. Baden-Württemberg has old masters and young beginners. It's a place for great findings and even greater inventions. Baden-Württemberg makes you feel good. You can take the waters in Baden-Baden or test the waters in the sea, our very own Swabian Sea. Baden-Württemberg sounds good. Moo, bäh. We teach pop music. Listen to Tosca, Traviata, Aida, and the occasional Carreras. Baden-Württemberg, everything on 36,000 square kilometers. Lions, jungle, no problem. And also wilderness, or at least wild faces. Things turn round in Baden-Württemberg, in laps and rings. This kind and this kind. We are also famous for our stars. This kind and this kind. Sometimes Baden-Württemberg is small. Look at these small figures. Sometimes Baden-Württemberg is big. Look here. Baden-Württemberg is innovative. That's why Baden-Württemberg is the world market leader of world market leaders. Baden-Württemberg is smart. Baden-Württemberg is perfect for small explorers and big discoveries. Baden-Württemberg frequently has the final say, and this is where Baden-Württemberg speaks up. Baden-Württemberg is colorful and lively. Indeed, Baden-Württemberg is a special place. We have everything.
So if you're interested in the internship program or your students are interested in the internship program, don't hesitate to contact me or ask your questions in the chat. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and yeah, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Diana. We're going to go on a short break and come back with study tours after. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our study tours now. If you want to gather experience in a foreign country without spending a whole semester abroad, this study tour is for you. In this study tour, you will experience another culture by going to lectures, visiting companies, and working in an international team. Presented by Diana Lewinsky, joining her is Dr. Iris Rame.
Hello and welcome. My name is Diana Lewinsky. I'm responsible for NGU Study Tours as well as for the internship program, and I also give advice to our NGU students who want to do an internship abroad. But now we would like to give you a little review on our past study tours, but as well an outlook on our future planning. We have our marketing study tour. This study tour already took place 3 times in the last years. It's an introductory course with a focus on digital marketing, and it is a joint program for NGU students and students from our partner universities with a total amount of contact hours of 60 and a workload between 125 and 150 hours. And students can earn between 5 and 6 ECTS, which is according to 4 US credits, and articulation is subject to home institution. It's an extensive program, a mix between lectures, group work sessions, company visits, under the focus of studying and working in a global atmosphere. And in the end, we have a final exam, a written exam. We visited many companies here in the region, global companies as well as local and medium-sized companies. We were at Daimler, and we had a presentation from Porsche at our university. We visited the Holy Fashion Group. It's the outlet city in Metzingen. It's a 5 minutes train ride, and it's the biggest outlet city in Europe. Then we visited ThyssenKrupp Elevator, had a company presentation there and a group work, and went to on top of the test tower, a really high tower, and could have a look behind the scenes and into the elevator technology. Then we also went to Rittersport. It's a chocolate manufacturer. We got a marketing presentation and a tour through the production site and could have a look into the chocolate production. Then we were at a local tool manufacturing company, Metabo, and we had a company presentation from another tool manufacturing company here from the region, from Festool.
Yeah, thank you, Diana, for handing over. So my name is Iris Rama. I'm the Director of International Affairs at our university, and I'm also a professor of marketing and marketing research. I personally carried out many study tours with students from many countries, and I want to introduce you to IFS, Innovation for Sustainability. So there we have as a topic innovation and, of course, sustainability being a very important focus of our university. So people should already be in their specialization. That means already in the final state of their studies, and should have an academic background either in business or management or in economics, so that they can work with all the other students. So far, this has been a mix of students from Mexico and from the United States, and of course our students. It will start with an individual kickoff meeting, and you will all in all have 6 contact hours that it counts for. So in these 2 weeks, there will be nearly 70 contact hours, and it is 3 ECTS for all the students, and that means that you will work hard in this short time, but it's not only working hard, it is also meeting people from other cultures and having fun together. So the extensive program is about lectures, so you will get a lot of theory input, but you will also have a weekend trip to a German city that in the past was very often Munich, but could also be Heidelberg. You have this inspiring intercultural learning environment, because I think it is very interesting to work together with students who have a different background, be it a cultural background or also be it a different university system. With IFS, we also had several companies we visited. We are in a European region here that is characterized by many famous names, for example, Daimler, and we visited also the Mercedes think tank, and then there was another company we visited that was Zinco Green Roofs, a company located here in Nürtingen. Probably you don't know that, but they are very famous for greening the roofs of houses and then having a contribution to a more sustainable society. Diana just mentioned Festool and Metabo. They were also companies we visited with IFS. Reason is that this area here is very important for power tools, and these are the companies that we have. Then we visited a vineyard here in the area, but also the European Parliament in Strasbourg and the KSK, a local savings bank. And not to forget Rittersport, which is a very famous chocolate brand, and that is just 10 kilometers from here. Yeah, and now we have the equine study tour I want to introduce you to. As some of you might know, we have a very unique program that is equine management, and it is all about horses. Not only how to breed horses, but also how to make a business with that. That means there is a lot around the horses where you can make a business, whether it is the saddles or whether it is hours that you give for people who want to learn riding. And we had a partner university that was extremely interested in working together with it, but last year and the year before we had to cancel it due to the pandemic, so that was very sad to do. So it is, the topic is equine science with a focus on equine business in Germany, and it is a foundation course. So for people who are studying this subject, it is not necessary that they already have a very broad knowledge. So there will be group work on the topic impressions of the horse industry, consensus and distinctions. So what is different in Germany in terms of horses and the business. The students will have to make an oral presentation and write a paper that they have to hand in. It is about 40 contact hours, and the total workload is 100 hours. So quite intense what you have to do in these 2 weeks, and it will be awarded with 4 ECTS. Yeah, it is a combination of lectures and field trip lessons. So you will visit companies that deal with horses. And you also have practical sessions and visits to international companies and also associations that have to do with horses. One of them is the Haupt- und Landgestüt in Marbach. That's the oldest state stud worldwide, which is, I think, something like 30 kilometers from here. Also Marstall Oberstaufen, that is horse feed production, and the research centers of NGU, Teaching and Experimental Farm, Tachenhausen and Jungborn. That is very close to our university and part of our university.
The next study tour, called PS Germany, Project Studies in Germany, is a tailor-made program for one of our US partner universities for students studying child and adolescent development. And they got insights into the German educational system. We visited a forest kindergarten here in Nürtingen. This is a kindergarten which only takes place in the forest. They only have a tent and no buildings, and they spent the whole year in the forest. Then we visited a daycare center, an elementary school. We went to a high school, and we also went to an institution for people with disabilities. And it's all under the focus of studying and working in a global atmosphere. We had lectures, we also had group work sessions and final presentations with grading, and students also got a certificate afterwards. And like always, articulation is subject to home institution. The students, they got insights into the social life. We had a welcome party here at our university with NGU students together, and students organized some weekend trips by themselves. And of course, we did some sightseeing. We visited some highlights here in the south of Germany. We went to Neuschwanstein Castle, to Tübingen, to a punting boat trip, to Ludwigsburg, to the residential palace. We did different city tours, and yeah, that was the PS Germany study tour. Our perspective for 2020 is that we really want to go back to proven formats, but we also want to start new formats for our partners and for NGU students. Of course, as soon as the situation regarding COVID allows it. And always under the focus of studying and working in a global atmosphere in an inspiring and intercultural learning environment. We have already in the planning a study tour with a US partner, a tailor-made program. And now, if you're curious, would you like to give your students the opportunity to work and study in a global atmosphere and to satisfy their Wanderlust and their Fernweh? Do you want your students to feel the travel bug again? We call it Reisefieber. Then let's make a plan and come to Germany to discover its beautiful south. And we will be glad to welcome you here.
Yes, and now towards the end, I want to show you a video that is a brand new communication campaign from our federal state of Baden-Württemberg. It is called The Land, and it is really written with the A with the two dots on it, so the Umlaute. I would like to know your feedback, because here in the Southwest, a lot of people say, this is not a nice campaign. I personally love it. And I would like to have your feedback. And now we can start the video with The Land. Thank you.
As the sun rises over Baden-Württemberg, both treetops and top companies bathe in its light. It shines on high-tech and haute cuisine and sparkles in the eyes of great people. It highlights a unique place. A place in which progress and sustainability work hand in hand. Full of innovation and inquiring minds. With universities uniquely positioned on the global stage. A place with a lively tradition of reinvention. A home for poets and thinkers, alongside designers and developers. A home for family-run businesses and family units. For everyone who comes here to establish themselves. And for anyone with difficulty pronouncing we are The Land. Baden-Württemberg, The Land.
Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Diana and Dr. Iris. We are going on a break now, but the next program is the Superhuman Project. Okay, welcome back everyone. Our next program slot is the Superhuman Project. So Superhuman stands for Sustainability, Practical Studies, and Humanities, and it is a double degree project which is funded by DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service. This project runs from January 2021 until December 2024, and it double degrees with the following universities: Dankook University of South Korea, Linfield University of USA, Universidad Panamericana of Mexico, and University of Pisa, Italy. I have here today Miriam Michelson, the project coordinator, presenting, and joining her is Dr. Iris Rame, the Director of International Affairs and Professor of Marketing and Marketing Research at NGU, Andreas Schittenhelm, Dean of Bachelor's Program of International Finance, Erskine Blunk, Dean of Master's Program International Management, Verlena Crossley, Professor at Linfield University.
So welcome everybody. Thanks Jasmine. I'm Miriam Michelson. I'm the project coordinator of the Superhuman Project, and I'm part of the international office team here at NGU. As said before, Superhuman stands for Sustainability Means Practical Studies and Humanities Double Degree Project. The whole project is funded by the German Academic Exchange Service, the DAAD, and we just started in January this year, and the whole project will be running until the end of 2024. The general idea of the whole project is that we try to combine with Superhuman the best of three worlds, which means that our NGU students will receive a university degree with humanities content at one of our 4 partner universities. In addition to their degree, they are pursuing here at NGU either in economics or international financial management or business administration. And for the students coming from our partner universities, they will receive a practice-oriented degree with sustainability aspects from NGU. And it's very important to say that all of our bachelor degree programs have a mandatory internship semester included in the curriculum, which is something very special about our university or the universities of applied sciences. And most of our partner universities do not have internships to such an extent integrated in their curriculum. There are essential measures we're trying to fulfill within this project. First of all, the development of the double degrees with student mobilities. And as my colleague Heike Ma has said before this morning in her presentation on scholarships, we do have very generous scholarships both for incoming and outgoing students pursuing the double degrees. If ever you're interested in those scholarships, I'll be happy to answer any questions. We're also trying to create a global network of partner universities and business partners through the development of an internship exchange database. And one of our goals is also to increase the intercultural competence of our students or the students from our partner universities, both through exchange as well as through language and culture courses we are going to offer here at NGU. Another very important aspect of the whole project is the design of joint teaching modules. Ideally, this would mean that we have 2 professors, one from our partner university or even more, and a professor or lecturer here from NGU, and they are working together to create a common course. That's the ideal idea, or at least that they are teaching parts of lectures together. And we are trying to establish a double degree board to coordinate all those measures, though there's still a lot to do. As mentioned before, we have 4 partner universities collaborating with us on this project, and that's Linfield University in the United States, Università di Pisa in Italy, Universidad Panamericana in Mexico, and Dankook University in South Korea. The idea of the double degrees is that we have, for our bachelor students in business administration, a double degree with Linfield University, and for our students of the bachelor degree program in economics, that they can pursue a double degree in collaboration with the Universidad Panamericana. And we've already succeeded in establishing double degrees with the University of Pisa and Dankook University for our students of the bachelor degree program in international financial management. And on the other side, for those students coming from Linfield University, we are trying to establish a double degree with our master degree program in international management. And for students coming from Mexico, Italy, and South Korea, they will be enrolled in our bachelor degree program of international financial management with the specialty in the entrepreneurship track. And yeah. As mentioned before, we also have some industry or business partners, including local companies such as Roto Frank and Festu, for example, and they are willing to offer internships for our double degree students coming from our partner universities. So that was just a very, very brief overview over the project. If you want to know more about it, you can check out our website on hvu.com/superhuman, or you can write me an email or give me a call. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. And now it's time to pass on to our experts. Yeah, just enjoy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miriam. We are short of one person, and that is our Verlena Crossley, who is supposed to come from Linfield University. And as far as I know, she is still in the taxi on her way to our university and probably stuck in traffic somewhere on our German Autobahn, which is so famous for having unlimited speed. The only problem is very often there are so many cars in front of you that there is no unlimited speed. So we will wait for her, and I think the most important is just to define what a double degree means. Would you, Andreas, say something about that? What exactly is a double degree?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, my name is Andreas Schittenhelm. I'm the Dean of the Bachelor Program on International Financial Management. Well, there are different definitions of a double degree, actually. Our understanding of a double degree here is that we don't just want to give our students 2 papers with the same degree. We really want to add some value to the studies when you acquire a second degree. So at the end of the day, our students and the students of our partner universities really achieve 2 different degrees, and the degrees are not exactly the same, which often means that the students do have to do a little bit more of studies than in just a regular degree program. For example, with the University of Pisa, it's more or less 1 semester more. With Dankook, it's also 1 semester more. And we actually try to have the double degree with the additional value, which means we offer not only the regular programs, but we require that the students coming from abroad really do an internship here, which is often causing the international students to stay for a semester more with us. And we require our students also to study at least 1 semester more at the partner university.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas. And I think that emphasizes again what Miriam just said about combination of the best of 3 worlds. And I would like to focus on some of the problems or the challenges we had. Some of the challenges were that we have a 7-semester program in our bachelor degrees. However, other universities like Linfield University has 8 semesters. And our Mexican partner even has 9 semesters. And putting that into 1 double degree with only 1 semester more, that is one of the challenges we have to face, and that is very, very difficult. And maybe I can ask Askin what already was achieved or what will be relatively easy when I ask him with your MBA program. What is the offer for the students in Linfield?
Well, thank you, Iris. My name is Askin Blunk, Program Director of the MBA International Management. And this idea of having students coming over to study a master's degree here has been even older than the original idea of creating those double degrees. What is really interesting with that is that a student could come in his last or her last semester of the bachelor, study that right away directly in the master program, and get that accepted back home to graduate from the bachelor's degree. In parallel, they are continuously working towards the 3-semester MBA program, so they are already 1 semester into the program, and they are doing the regular course load, the normal program, but just with this little accelerator of 1 semester of the double acknowledgement at both ends. And this is showing what we had in the past, that we had already students who had pursued studies in our program, who did quite well with that. So I think it's really achievable and a great opportunity, besides graduating from a bachelor, also pursuing the master, the MBA. And it really relates a little bit to me personally, as I did a little bit of similar thing when I studied in the US and pursued my master, also coming from what used to be called a diploma, being a bachelor equivalent today, and going into the master right away and coming home with a master, and with that exposure and that experience, having been for altogether, in my case, 2 years in another environment, which is the next generation, I would say, of international experience beyond going just a semester abroad.
Yeah, and I would like to add something. What Askin just said is that when we require our students to go abroad for 3 semesters, or the students from Dunkirk or from Linfield or from Universidad Panamericana or from Università di Pisa to come here for 3 semesters, that means they really dive very, very deep into our culture, into our university life, into the city life, and really have the opportunity to become a global citizen. I think that's very important as well. And now I would like to ask Andreas how he made it to already get the signatures of 2 universities who already signed the agreement regarding the double degree, and that is with Dunkirk and with Pisa.
Yeah, and referring to your question before, this is also interesting because we have 2 partners now with Pisa and with Dunkirk, who have different lengths for their bachelor program. So in Pisa we have only 6 semesters, and in Dunkirk it's actually an 8 semesters program, 4 years program, but we have been able to offer, let's say, so much flexibility that we can adapt our program to all these different circumstances. Let's start with Pisa maybe. Pisa has a 3 years program, so that makes it a little bit easier for us or for our students, because there is not an additional semester required from Pisa University. But we actually had to make sure that our students study for 3 semesters at Pisa University, also with the option to maybe 4 semesters. This is possible because our international finance students do have to spend 1 year abroad anyhow. It's mandatory in the program, so it's just an additional semester abroad for our students. Then the internship is, of course, something that will be necessary. So it is actually possible, if you're really studying hard, to be able to have both degrees in 3.5 years. Yeah? We would still recommend to study it in 4 years, but it is in theory possible to do it in just 3.5 years. For the students from Pisa University, it will be an additional semester, but a semester where they will have an internship, so it's really an additional value for the students coming from Pisa to Nürtingen. In the case of Dunkirk University, the situation is just the opposite. Yeah, we have a 3.5 years program. Dunkirk is requiring 4 years. So in this case, it is obvious that our students need to study for a 4 years period, all in all. And we can actually offer the students from Dankook to really finish their double degree or their 2 degrees in a 4 years period if they start study hard. All in all, the main problem is that you have the flexibility in both partner universities. That means we need to be flexible in recognizing most subjects, and this is sometimes a little bit difficult, of course, for our partners, and typically it's not just the partners who discuss the double degrees, but there are also some other institutions involved, and there's not always 100% flexibility. If you have too much restrictions, it is often very, very difficult because if you're not able to recognize at least the first 2 semesters or the first year, then it will be really, really difficult. So it's a prerequisite actually for a successful double degree. And we have been working on both degrees for approximately 1 year each. So you can imagine it's not something that you decide within a short time. Now we are much more experienced, of course, so we might see where problems might arise, but still it's something that takes its time.
Yeah, it takes its time. And then we had another challenge that was, of course, Corona. So that traveling was very much restricted. So visiting the partners, and also for the students, they were very often reluctant to go to a different university. But one success we have 2 students of our university who already spent their semester abroad in Korea, and they will quite probably really achieve it and will be the first ones who receive the double degree. And I would like to add to what Andreas just said, is the flexibility. So first of all, it is the flexibility in admission. It is and this is not normally those people who decide on academics. These are totally different people, and they have a look at their rules. And we had to face the same thing for your students or for your program who get enrolled into your program. And there are rules. And how can we make sure that we follow the rules on the one hand, and on the other hand be flexible enough? Or also in the academic field, not all professors, whether it is here in Germany or whether it is in another country, they all are convinced that their subject is taught best at their university and by them. And that means I as a professor, I sometimes have to recognize a class where I think, oh, that is not really what I'm teaching. That is maybe 30% of that content-wise. And then the assessments are different, and the grading is different. And these are all the very, very small problems that we have. And another problem is that, for example, the US institutions, they have in their first year general education. That is something we do not have at all. So what do we do with these subjects? That's another issue that we have to solve. And the next thing is maybe regarding the internships. And I don't know whether Askin maybe wants to say something about the internships and what it means to get an internship and to survive in the German business world. And we want all the students who pursue this double degree pursue this internship.
Yes, thank you, Iris. Before I come to the internships, I would like to add a little bit to my 2 colleagues who have mentioned all the challenges and obstacles. I think one thing which is extremely important in that context is communications. So you cannot do that with a partner you just met a semester ago or a year ago. Typically, this has to build trust over the years. You have to communicate at all levels, starting at academia, also at the administration program coordination. So that's part of the program that we are planning and having quite a bit of interaction and communication between the different partners, which builds trust, and this trust is necessary to understand that not everything has to be taught at your institution, that things can also come from another institution, even if it's slightly different to what you're used to. But now coming back to the practical side. The practical side, first of all, is very important. What do companies think about the whole thing? imagine you would be looking for an internship and nobody would be open to the idea of a double degree and having people coming here and doing an internship in their institutions. And we were extremely surprised how positively this was resonating with our long-year corporate partners through supervisory boards, advisory boards we have at our programs. And there was so good feedback that especially emphasized that skill level, what you're needing, that this is so important to know about the culture, about the language, and to build that continuously, that we were really surprised how positively that's seen. To survive in an internship, it's very helpful to learn a little bit the German language. You don't have to be fluent or perfect on it, but at least it's very helpful if you can't answer the phone, if your colleague is not in the room, to respond to that and to bring that in all together and to get along all the way in a company and in an organization. Apart from that, you have to be curious, ambitious, hardworking, and typically then people really welcome you very nicely and typically find enough work which is done in English language. So typically your tasks you not necessarily have to do in the foreign language, which of course helps. And this is especially as we have a very international environment here. Most companies are doing 70 to 80% outside of Germany of their business. And these are the companies who are actually interested in having people studying and doing internships here. And surprise, surprise, finally, Verlina Crossley made it all the way from the west coast of the United States to join us here at this great November day. So welcome, Verlina.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yes, so you came directly from Austria, or how did you travel?
We did
Yes,
come from
okay.
Austria, yes, and then took a taxi from Stuttgart rail, and then they left us out at the old buildings, and then we tried to find this one, and we couldn't find it.
Okay, but now you're here.
But now we are here.
Yes, so welcome.
Thank you.
And we would be curious to hear, how do you perceive from the US this perspective and opportunity for you students while graduating from your bachelor's, also enrolling here in the MBA program? I talked a little bit about it already, but maybe you can add your perspective to that.
Yeah, so when we have new students coming to the university, they are asking many questions about coming here. They're very excited about finishing a bachelor's that will count toward their degree in Linfield University and then coming here for the master's. So I'm getting quite a bit of interest.
Excellent.
Yeah, and Askin just mentioned that that trust is very important, and I think the reason why we pick these universities is that we have a very strong relationship to them. I think nearly everybody of Verlena's colleagues were professors, guest professors at our university, and also with PISA, Andreas has a very strong relationship. He is a graduate of that university, and with Mexico, I think it is a 10-year-long standing relationship, and we visited each other and know each other relatively well. And the same is true for Dankook University, which is a relatively young relationship, but nevertheless we do a lot together, and that means if you have to trust each other, and the communication is really important. And I cannot say that we didn't have any conflicts, and one conflict, for example, is and now I'm looking at Verlena, what we recently discussed is the internship. Because an internship, of course, that exists in the United States as well, but not as it is here. So our students have to do an internship for half a year. That means 5 months they work on a daily basis in a company. This is unheard of in the US. They have internships too, but there the students are a few weeks in a company and they more or less look over the shoulder of somebody and have a look what is going on. And that is absolutely different here. And that means for articulation in the curriculum, oh, that did not exist. It existed in this very, very short program, but it did not exist as a full semester. But maybe Verlena can say what the solutions are.
Well, we haven't thought of too many solutions, but we're looking. We know that at Linfield University, we can have up to 10 credits toward the 125 credits that are indicated as internship, and we're looking at adding some like research courses and also special topics courses that they will learn from their employer, and then also write maybe papers and earn credits that way.
Yeah, and that is something where you can see you have to be creative, and you have to pursue your objectives and your goals, and then you can be very successful. And I think it is one thing is articulation of the subjects, one thing is articulation of the internships. We already talked about the different durations of the studies, but I also want to point out that we, in this collaboration with the Superhuman Project, we also want to do some joint teaching. And joint teaching means that we find a tandem partner, and that tandem partner is somebody who teaches in Andreas' subject field, or in Verlena's subject field, or in Askin's subject field. And we find a partner who runs a course together. That can be just one lecture that is streamed online into the classroom of the other university, meaning that there is some international flair, or that can be that these two professors teach a class together. And I think this is also something, without leaving the university, the students get some international experience. Yeah, I think these are very, very important steps we are doing together, and we will have a lot more opportunities to discuss everything. Next week on Monday and on Wednesday, we will have workshops where we learn how to design virtual lectures. That means lectures that you can reuse in and maybe also reuse in the other university. And now my last round of questions is for you, Askin. What do you think is either the biggest achievement or the biggest challenge for you? And I will ask that question to everybody.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is that we are having the funding for that, and to really that we managed to get started despite, and that's referring to the challenge, despite the COVID environment. I mean, we had invited more colleagues to come over here, but some were just not allowed by their president, by their rector of the university, to which they were very sad about. They were really excited about coming and could not come. So despite the challenge of COVID, I think we can't get stopped. So we go on, and I think we accomplish a good first year, which lays the ground for the years to come.
Yeah, and Andreas, your biggest challenge or your biggest achievement?
Well, you immediately forget about your achievements. So of course, we are happy that we have already established two double degree programs with Pisa and Dunkirk, but now we have the first students here. We send our first students abroad, but now we see there are also a lot of challenges in the details. And for the future, it will be also necessary to have the right marketing for our program. So this is maybe much more challenging than we think. Of course, joint teaching programs, etc., might be helpful, but it won't be so easy to really convince students to spend an extra semester abroad just to get a double degree. You have to convince them about the benefits. And still, there is a high risk that something is not working as we imagine, and that could kill those double degree programs very, very easily, and then it will be asking for a lot of extra effort to restart it. And that's a little bit of a fear. It's a challenge, but I'm very optimistic.
Good. And Verlena, your achievements, your challenges that you faced, you were always on the other side and got many, many emails from us.
I did get many emails. I think that the accomplishment is that we're continuing to talk. The relationship with NGU, Nürtingen-Geislingen University, is very, very exciting for us, and we still want to make it work. I think that one of the biggest challenges is that we are newly organized into a university, and that has challenges inside even without this partnership. So instead of just having one area to get agreement, now there's several areas to get agreement, and so that has presented some challenges. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think we used our half an hour wisely, thanks to everybody who participated. And we will continue our endeavors. And we are really into this superhuman project. Thanks for listening.
Yes, and we can update you next year how it will go.
All right. Thank you to all of our experts on the Superhuman project. Our last program slot will be our virtual campus tour. As you all know, Nürtingen-Geislingen University is located at 2 campuses, one in Nürtingen and one in Geislingen. So in the following minutes, 2 short video clips of our campuses will give you an idea of our campus and the surroundings of it. Thank you for watching our campus tours and joining us for our International Week live stream. For the next 2 remaining program slots, we will use the program Wonder.me. From 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., we have our research project program, and from 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., we have our meetup with NGU members. So please, everyone who has registered for the last 2 program slots, use your links that have been sent to your email or the link from the live chat to access the research project and the meetup session. We hope to see you there. And thank you once again for joining us today, and please save the date for next year's International Week 2022 from November 21st to 25th. We look forward to see you again in 2022.